Hello. Let's just come over here for a minute. So we're going to start here because today's the WIP Parade. Oh my god. So it's going to be a bit different on the other screen when we go to it. I've made one for just when I record. So there'll be nothing on there. There'll be no music. Because I want to turn this into a YouTube video after. So I want to be able to edit it down. But I have all my whips behind me to the side of me. My bed is covered. I have a big shopping bag to the side of me. And yeah, we have about over 60 whips, I should say. And I have it all set up so I can show you every picture that I've taken. Well, not every picture I've taken, but enough. I've filled it with details, so there's details of when I started it, how many stitches it has, if I'm at a percentage, what percentage I'm at, if this did it right, because Notion... No, it didn't, because I have to add it. It's fine, never mind. We don't have that kind of stuff on this one. Never mind. Most of these I do. On my other WIP Parade Notion board I do, but I couldn't add all my whips. So we'll go over to the full coverage one first, I think. And that's what we'll do. Let me just delete. We don't need this one. So we're going to start with the full coverage ones to get those out of the way, and then hello Keshi, we'll start with the full coverage and then we'll move into the other whips because the full coverage on this page has all the details and it has the pictures, so we're not doing it twice. So when I switch over to the other scene in a minute, there's going to be nothing. I'm going to be there, my little PNG tuber. We'll see if I change my mind. But well, let's see how this goes. Let me push my keyboard back a bit more. Let's see. Okay. So they're all in crinkly bags. So I'm going to try and open them up to the side. She says, crinkling it right in the mic. So I'm going to pause the music because you're not going to hear it anyway when we get to the next scene. So let's switch over. Ta-da! Hand cam. So our first whip of this WIP Parade, oh it sounds so quiet now without anything, is Gamer Nouveau. Oh wait, I can do this. Ready? Ta-da! Gamer Nouveau. By Medusa, art by Medusa Dollmaker, charted by Gecko Rouge. This is a retired chart. This whole artist is actually retired now, so you cannot get her from Gecko Rouge. You can get the artwork from Medusa Dollmaker herself. So this is what it will look like once it's done. This is the cover photo. And this was the first page when it loads. There we go, there's the first page. You will see that it looks a bit grubby because I started this page months ago, like in 2019, and I finished the rest of it in 2020, and I didn't touch it again until 2023. So we're going to notice, and it's on this horrid, it's DMC 25 count gridded, it is not Zweigart. It's horrid. So, let's, without further ado, this is 197 stitches wide by 270 stitches high. There are 197,580 total stitches, and as of this point, I'm at 3.36%. It's horrid. I hate this fabric. Sorry, crinkly. Right, I've got the whip out. I still have its needle minder on. So let's mouse, hide the Notion, So here's, I'm not going to unfold all of it because that's it. You can see from this, it's so stiff, it's horrid. You can even see this has been washed. You can still see the lines. But, smooth the needle minder over. This is the first page, and I worked on it last in 2023, and I got this much done because this Ada is so stiff. I hate it so much. So, and I'll show you the backs. If I can show you the back, I'll show you the back. So that's the back. It's a mess because I didn't know what I was doing when I started this. This was my first full coverage piece. So that's Gamer Nouveau. There's not much to show, unfortunately. It's going to be like that for a lot of these. So let's go back to the Notion and move on to the next one. Whilst I put this one away. You just have to excuse the crinklies. Right. Now, okay, there is one on here that isn't on here. And it's because it's a UFO, so we have no picture. But I did find it, so because I found it. Let's show you all how it looks like this. This navy blue Ada. Yes, you heard me correct. Ada is my epic Pokemon Gen 2 that I made myself. When I say I made this pattern myself, I mean the Lord Libidon does the free version, but it has the newer. Oh, look at that blowout! Oof. He has the newer sprites. Oh, look, you're getting a sneak peek at the back. And tell me why 2019 Emma thought it was a good idea to stitch a full coverage piece on navy blue Ada and fill in the background. Please tell me why I thought that, because I don't know. How did I fold this? Let's see. Okay. Oh my god, I started this so far down. Like, look at this margin. Look at that margin. That's a teared oh my days, look at the wastage. Hang on. There's the bottom. I used a chalk dressmaker's pencil to draw this, so let's roll this up. Roll, roll, roll. There we go. Now, I don't have any stats on this, like I said, because this is going to be UFO'd. I think I'm going to restart this on 28 count white, and I might omit, or I might do it on a darker colour and omit this background, because, oh boy. But this was my version of the Gen 2 Lord Libidon, but with the actual Gen 2 sprites. So, here we have it. So we have, testing my Pokemon knowledge now, Lugia, Celebi, Ho-Oh, Tyranitar, Pupitar, Larvitar, or I might have got those switched, Suicune, Entei, and then we have part of Hitmontop, Hitmonchan, Skarmory, and I think that's Houndour or Houndoom. I might be completely wrong. So that's all I have done. I did all this. Can you see where I gave up? With the background, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to stitch. And if I show you the threads, in here's all the spare threads. You can't see, but all the grey is this grey. So I don't really need all this. And at the time, I was stitching all these, hang on bobbins. So I have all the colours for it, so I can just restart it, which is nice. But back into the bag with ye. And also, I made a mistake because, not a mistake in stitching, but I'm stitching black on navy blue. What was I thinking? I mean, it's not that bad, you can still see, but it's, ugh. That margin, I can't get over that margin. It's a bad margin. Let's see, I've got origami this back up now. Oh, jeez, we might be here for a while, me trying to figure out how to fold this back. Oh, no, I got it. Yeah. We'll shove that in there, shove that back over here. Right, now back to the notion for realsies this time. So our next WIP is Novu Mermaid Air. Artwork by Selena Fennick, charted by Heaven and Earth Designs. This is also a retired artist with Hade. You can find her on Pain Free Crafts. Sarah literally the other day released I think 3 of the 4 mermaids. So if you do like this, you can see from this picture. Just to show you, this is how much I have done. It looks no different from this picture, so do not be surprised. But this is what she will look like once she is done. Oh, she has all 4 now. Let's see, where is it? Where is this one? So it's this bag here, not that you can see, let's hide. Oh, I keep looking, I see the mouse on my other screen because I've got the Notion up. So I keep thinking it's on the right screen, it's not. But down it goes. So this is my bag that I keep my mermaid in. You're trying to nap or no, little? Oh god, this is all floss away bags. This is when I decided bobbins were no good and floss away bags were the thing. You'll see as I go through these, this will all change. So this is actually on 25 count Zweigart. This is the nice fabric. Ugh. Sorry, Lou. Hope they shut up so you can get a nap. Right, so this is what I mean. And also, margins. Again, Emma, what the heck? I could have fit all 4 on this piece. This is literally, go back to Notion, show you guys Notion. So what you see, I mean, it zoomed in a bit, but this bit up, you can't even see. This bit up here, you can just about see. If I zoom in, there we go. Haha. That's all I have done is this part of the outline on here. So, yeah. This is, let's see, 1.36%. The height of this is 223 stitches wide, which is there to there, and 215 stitches tall. So there is a possibility I could have stitched on it that way. What I might do is, and you're going to call me crazy, I might work out if I can, because this is a nice piece of fabric. I wonder if I can fit all 4 on here, because I do have all 4 of the ones charted by Hade. So I might have to see. And then if I do, I might have to pull this out. Like froggle this. Which I'm not that mad about. It's not that much progress. I mean, let me show you the back. See? Ta-da! That's it, that's the back. I started this June 13th, 2020. Oh, did I say when I started Gamer Nouveau? August 6th, 2019. And this has a total stitches of 73,190, this one here. Yeah, it's a difficult little deciding what to do about. Because you could report them if it's being a disturbance. But it's tricky. Wait, put back in the bag. And sorry for the late start. The dog warden was out just a week ago to them. Oh, that's bad. Sorry, crinkly. I'll move this out of the way. No, you can still hear it. My bad. So that's Mermaid. Next is Frogs Kissing. This is charted. This is Jodie Bergsma. Charted by Heaven and Earth Designs. This was started May 21st, 2023. I should be showing you the stats. Hang on. I will get used to this. It's 350 stitches wide by 466 stitches tall. There is a total of 163,100 stitches, and I am 0.48% of the way through. Go me. So this is what it will look like once it's done. And this is where I am. That's all I have. Wait. Come on. There we go. Amazing progress. Right, guys? So proud. So this is on 28 count, even weave, stitched 1/1. And I'm thinking because this project and the next project, I was started stitching in the Royal Rose method, but modified to my version. So that's why all these are here. But I think I'm tempted to rip all this out. Like, not the stitching, the gridding, even though this took me ages. Because I found out very quickly, like, look, you can see where I gave up doing the actual squares. Right there, I was like, I'm done, I've had enough. So, it's very hard to get your thread past this. I haven't got autofocus on, so we'll have to just see, it gets a bit blurry. So I'm thinking of just ripping all this out. I have a pen that I can mark it with, so I might just do that. And then convert this, like I have all my newer projects, into diagonals. Because this isn't getting me far. And the back. You can kind of see that. Sorry about the lighting. My new monitor is much bigger than my last. So I can't move my light. It's stuck here now. So, but yes, there is, oh, blowing it out. There is that. So let's just go back to the Notion. Let's have a look at this. Oh my god, that would do my head in little. I don't know how you're coping. Honestly, that is bad. How do I fold this? Yeah. If the dog can't settle and not be left on its own, I'm not saying they should get rid of the dog, but they need to do some more training to make sure it can do, like, let the neighbours know, hey, we're going to be training our dog, so it's going to get really loud because we're going to leave the house. Because that sounds like that dog has separation anxiety. Oh, do you want a funny story? These threads, there's a reason why I now keep all my projects in bags and put them away. I learnt the hard way that your cat will throw up on your threads if you don't put them away. Yeah, I had to give some of these a wash. Thanks, Hilda. So our next project is the 10th Doctor. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Where is he? Oh, I know where he is. I'm dumb. 1 second. Did I? I did. Aha. Yeah, I don't blame you, little. That would give me a sore head. Okay, so I literally just put the Doctor into a Q-snap for this video because he was on a 30-inch scroll frame. And you don't need to see that. That was a mess. And plus, I'm going to put him in a Q-snap. I need to get an actual Q-snap because this is... I'll show you in a second. This is an old... fake Q-snap. It's an R&R Reproductions. No, an R&R Craft Frames. And they are good. It's just... This one's so old that it's loose. So it's not holding its shape. But... into the stats. This was started April 30th, 2023. This is artwork by Mandy Manzano. I hope I'm saying that right, I'm so sorry. Charted again by Heaven and Earth. This is 550 stitches wide by 775 stitches tall. And you can see from this number right here, that's all I've got done, 0.67%. It is 416,350 stitches total. And this is what it will look like once it's done. Right now, I am up here. Oh, you can't see again. I am up here. Actually, I'm here. If we look at this picture, this is where I'm up to, but I'll show you a bit better. But yeah, this is also... If we switch over... Doop. This is also on 28 count, stitched 1/1, full cross. This is also using the Royal Row method that I'm going to convert into diagonals because Royal Row method sucks. Well, I shouldn't say it sucks. It's not for me, is what I should have said. It doesn't suck. I suck at it. But this needle minder, I got it from an Etsy shop. And every time I saw this, I was like, I need it because it goes with my dock too. I like to coordinate my needle minders to my project. This one's not coordinated, but this is me. Look. Wait, I'm trying to do this with my mic getting bonked. It's my brain frog. Actually, I can just... This is one of my badges that I make, but I just glued magnets to them. There we go, brain frog, because mood. Oh. Let's, so I'm going to take all these ends. These ends can stay where they are, I think, depending. But these ones, I'm going to fill them in where they're supposed to go in this section. And then I'm going to cut them off and I'm going to start down here. And I'll see much more progress because a lot of this is, more block stitches. Like when I was doing this bit, it was going by so fast. I think if I go to my actual... No, that's not what I wanted. I do keep a spreadsheet with all my stats, like how many stitches I did that day. So if I scroll down, the 10th. So yeah, I started this April 30th, and I last touched it the 8th of May. So that's 2,802 stitches total on this project, I think. I could be way off. But that's what it says the last time I worked on it. Yeah. Oh, at the back. Let's show you the back. Because, oh, I just knocked you guys out. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Oh no, now the camera's not going to go how I want it. No. Hang on. Put this back. A bonk-jewel, I'm sorry. I think that's where it was. Probably not, but that'll have to do, I'm sorry. I'm dangerous, let's move that. Let's do it like that. Oh. Lumi and hey ho. You've only missed, honestly, you've missed 3 projects. That's it. We started late because time management. But here's the back. And thank you for that resub. Oh, it's a bit hard to see. But there's the back. So this is with the Royal Rose method. You will see the next project after this one. The diagonal. So this is the Royal Rose. I'm going to convert this. Right. Onto the stream project. This only had, I think, 3 streams on it. So let me grab that. Put the 10th back. Right. Oh no, you missed 4 projects because I showed a UFO. My bad. Okay. So, this is Melody of the Night, artwork by Leonid Afrimov. I hope I'm saying that right, I'm so sorry. Charted by Heaven and Earth Designs. I started this June 17th, 2024. There are kitting up. I actually kitted this whole thing up on stream. So if you're interested in that, there's a whole... I kitted this up. I started it on about 3 or 4 streams. It took 3 to kit it up. But I can't remember if I started it in the 3rd. Or if I started it in the next stream. I cannot remember. But this is 625 stitches wide by 457 stitches tall. There's 285,625 total stitches, and I have done 0.34%. So this is what it'll look like when it's done. We are up here. Up here. Oh, you can't even see. We're up in that corner. I have it all cropped for Notion so you don't see everything. Shush, little. Shush. And this is all we have done. Ready? There we go. That's all we have done on this. But we'll show you properly. Well, don't zoom in more. Geez, you don't need to see that closer. Doop. Ta-da! So there it is. I'll pause start. This is gonna be converted, once again, say it with me, into diagonal. I've said that about every single one except for Gamer Nouveau. That's the only one I can't do diagonal on. Because she's a kit. And you can't mess up a kit because they could be like, no, you've done too much parking. So, as all we have done, she has no gridding on this. I have my 2 needle minders. If you're wondering why I have 2 needle minders, this is the stitching needle, and this is a poor man's... Oh, come on, brain. Snag nabbit. Oh my god. But basically what I'll do is if I have, let's say over here I had a thread that was just sticking up, instead of me using a snag nabbit because I hate how that sounds, I will just take this, and because it's knotted on the end, it will just grab my thread. Actually, I need to convert this into that because it's not, it's just looped. So I'll take this looped end. Hang on, let's use the other needle. Come on. There's the dog again. Come on. Come on. Well, if you can hear birds, that is budgies. There we go. Right, now that's better. There we go. That's how I want it. But yes. Yeah, it is a bit little. And I bought... This is in a proper Q-snap. Look, you can tell. Proper Q-snap. Because it's a little loose. But if I was to tie in it, it would be chef's kiss. And I've coordinated my grime guard to the project because this is lots of blues. Oh, let's not. There we go. For this, the back. Let's bring it over here like we learned from last time. I want a little bit of fluff. There's our back. Look. It's like a dot to dot. Ta-da. So, that's that. And the reason why I'm showing you my full coverage is first, we've got 2 more to go through, and then I'll properly explain. Actually, it might be easier if I do it that way. So next up, we have Sleeps with Butterflies. So let's bring up the Notion. Must I put this back? And I spin myself around. And I somehow try not to knock anything out. There we go. And have a quick sippy sip. Right. So, Sleeps with Butterflies. If any of your WIPs ever need a new home, I volunteer as tribute. I'm very attached to my WIPs. There's 1. There's one I'm UFOing, and when I get to it, like, I have UFO'd in a full coverage, but this one you'll find out when we get to why I'm UFOing it. UFOing it means you unfinished object, so it's like you scrapped it. You're like, I'm never finishing this, it's going in the bin. Some people burn them, which just seems like a waste to me. When you could just give it to someone to finish, or you could donate it to like a charity shop and someone can pick it up, or you could just repurpose it. So, Sleeps with Butterflies. This is... Oh my god, I'm battling with the fabric. You can't see yet. There we go. She's got fluff on her because she's been folded up in cat hairs. So this is Margaret Morales' Sleeps with Butterflies, charted by Heaven and Earth Designs. This was a birthday start in July. My birthday's not till August, but I was like, I'm starting it early. So I started this July 17th, 2024. She is 5. No. Learn to read, Emma. Would be very helpful. She is 475 stitches wide by 604 stitches tall. I am at 5.4%. That's where the 5 came into this. So this is what she'll look like when she's done. This is the regular version, I should say. All of these I'm showing you are regular versions. They are, they do max color, they do color expansions, they do mini, they do mini. Oh my god, brain, come on. Max color, so a mini max color. Then they do a supersize max color, which is where they basically put in the largest number, which is typically 999, and that would be like your width or your height depending. And then max colors is as many colors as the program thinks you need. But all mine are just regular versions, unless I say otherwise. But this is what she'll look like when she's done. we are currently about here. Like, we got a bit of her forehead. So this was when I finished the first page. Ta-da, and I started a bit into that page. But that was the first page. And this one you're going to see when I show the back. That I actually did this first page how I would normally do a Hade, where I pick a colour and I just stitch with it until it's done on that page. And then the second page I decided to start practicing doing diagonals, which is why you can see these diagonal lines. And then this is where we are now, when I last finished. So I do have down here, I finished the first page on July 29th, so about 12 days to finish that page. And then a little under a month to finish the second page doing the diagonal method, and that's where I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep diagonal because I do prefer it. Now let's show you, actually let me get her threads out the way because she's got lots of threads, don't fall off the table. Right. Ta-da! Hand cam. So this is the first page. Well, it's technically the first two. And then this is the start of the third page. Because I was like, I'm just going to start that off to make it easier. 12 days. Well, this page went by quick because this hand was mostly solid. If I had done this method here, this would have taken me ages. But don't compare yourself, Lumi. You get things done. You did so much progress on your Hade. So, but here's the back. So you can see, I wish I could zoom in, but it'll upset the camera. So here's the, oh, the back, what's that? Is that a bit of fluff from a different stitch? Yeah, that can stay. So this was when I was doing it cross country. And you can see here, these lines in this page, this is where I was doing the solid stitching. Because I think, hang on, let me check my tracker. Scroll. It's out. Sleeps with butterflies. So yeah, the 28th of July, I did 1,044 stitches because it was all the skin colour. That's all I had left to do was just that peachy skin here, this colour here. So that's why I got so many stitches done, because it's just block. But this is when I started doing the diagonal, and you can see these diagonal lines on the back. See? But on the front, hang on, I'm getting it all in a muddle. You can't. There are no tension lines, which is why I think doing the diagonal is better, because there are no... Because some people who do row by row, they get the tension lines, and when you do the... and this is also why I didn't like doing the royal rows, because you did eventually start to see the 10 by 20 grid lines where you would do that. So that's why I decided to try something else. There's always something on this, get off. But it's really funny to me because this area here, I think it was, is so confetti heavy. Hang on, let me bring it to the mic. It says rock hard. But if I go here, where there's not as much, you can barely hear. That's what I always find funny about confetti heavy areas. So you can see, like, here was really dense. You'll see it really well on Tiger when we get to that, which is next. The back, but it's in a frame, so it's going to be a bit harder, and it's attached to the corner clamp. So we'll see how I'm going to finagle that thing. But back to the notion, whilst I put this away. And I try and fold this up. Jeez, we're 45 minutes in and we're already on the full coverage still. Well, this is going to be a long one. This is why I wanted to start earlier in the day. But time did not allow. My biggest pretty peeve with tension between pages is when the fabric will start to fold there because of it. Yeah, that's why with Sleeps with Butterflies I started the next page to see, and you won't get that as much because it's not going to be like, I can tell where I started this page because I can in my head see the line. But there's a hair on the project when I took this picture. Ugh, I just went to go bat it away off my other screen. Oh, pet peeve. Yeah, but when you do the diagonal, you won't see that line because it will technically just line up with the rest. That's the plan. So, put this away. You can just look at the pretty hand for a minute. Ow. This is heavy. Oh, I'm bumping you. Right. The next one is... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Tiger. Another Jodie Bergsma. This was started on August 28th, 2024. This is a gift for my mum. I'm stitching this for my mum. It's gonna take me years, but it's a dedication. And I haven't finished this diagonal, so you're gonna see all these threads. So if you're very not prone, if you don't like seeing lots of threads, don't look. So this is, did I say it was Child by Heaven and Earth Designs? If not, it is. All these full coverage except for the Gecko Rouge one, obviously. Child by Heaven and Earth Designs. This is 400 stitches wide by 533 stitches tall. It has a total of 213,200 stitches. And as of, I don't think that number's right because I haven't updated it. No, I haven't, because in the Discord when I upload my picture I'm at 6.10. So ignore that number now. But that was when I recorded it in here. I was at 5.42, but it's now, actually I can change it. There we go, 6.10. So this is what it will look like. So I am doing it diagonally, so I'm not doing it by page. I am not doing diagonals across the whole thing. I do not have the patience. So I am currently up in this flower. This is about where I am, in this part here. In this diagonal. But the page is ending about here anyway. So here's when I finish page 1. Ta-da! This was doing the diagonal, so I did the diagonal and I'd come down like this. And then when I get to the last diagonal, because that's the last diagonal, I just do it with the next one so it goes together. Makes more sense to me. And I completed that page on September 26th. So, again, less than a month. So when I'm working on this, just on its own, it takes me, give or take, about a month to finish a page doing the diagonal method. But now to show you, and here she is. She's covered in needle minders, right? We have a a magnet here. That's for my wax. My scissors sit here. I have my actual snag nabbit, which I don't like using because of the sound. And I have a ball-tipped needle because it's very handy. I have my regular needle. I have 2 needles on this project because it just makes it a bit easier. And then I have my poor man's snag nabbit. And look, I have my 100 stitch challenge badge from Lumi just in the grime guard. It's always just sat there reminding me. But this is where I am on it. Ignore the blowout in that corner. So I'm about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 and a bit diagonals left to go on this. Good luck, Lou. Hopefully they stop. Well, the dog stops. We're trying to turn this without breaking anything, because the corner clamp's heavy. But here is the back. Oh, that's a bit of scrap there, t-shirt. So you can see these longer lines here. That's where I've not needed that colour anymore up here, so I've just dragged it down and parked it down here. So that's what all this is, and you can see where I did the next diagonal while I'm coming down the page. So this is where I'm at now. But you will see, like, you can still see what this looks like. That's what I think's so cool. Like, I can't as much from where I am, but on the camera you can. And you can't see it because I can't bring this up any closer, but there are diagonal lines in this one as well. And you can also see the page line, kind of. But I'm sure if you didn't like the page line, you could feather into the next section and that would get rid of that. So, bring it back so you can have another look. So this is the last of the full coverages for now. So I started with the full coverages for this reason. I'm thinking of doing full coverage February, and as today is February 1st, I might work on this so I finish at least this diagonal first. And then I'm going to put all my full coverages, so the ones you've seen except for this one. And maybe Game & Nouveau, it depends, because I'm really struggling with that 25 count easy grid from DMC. And I'm going to work on them, not for too long, not like a whole page, because there's only 28 days. I don't have that to do all of these. But maybe to reach a percentage. So like, Novumurv made errors at 1.36, so I'd bring that up to 2%. But something like the 10th or Frogs Kissing that are at 0.4 or 0.6, I will work on them till they get to 2%. And I'm going to try, don't hold me to this, but every Thursday in February, I'm going to bring out Melody of the Night on stream because it's a stream project. I'm going to work on that, converting it from what it is now to a diagonal, because I've never had to do that. I've normally finished a page and then converted. So that's going to be interesting to convert that, because most of that top corner, if you remember, was done. So we're going to see. But we are done with the full coverage. I'm going to put them in a wheel. So I might do that in a minute once we're done with the rest of them. So to the actual database, let's give you a look whilst I put this away. This is the actual database. Wait, we're not done. This is all my WIPs. This does have all my full coverages in, so don't be like, because, Oh, do you know what? I took a picture of one and I never uploaded it in here. But you converted right at the beginning of that. I have quite a bit down on that first page in that corner. Right, let me put this one away. Right. Our first small WIP is Animal Almanac by the Frosted Pumpkin Stitchery. This was my first ever sow. Baby's first sow. This was started March 20th, 2020. Now there are older WIPs, but they're all finishes, so they're not here. And some of them I've UFO'd, so we're not talking about them. But this is stitched on 18 count. You'll see how quickly I go from 18 count to even weave, or from aided to even weave, I should say, and to linen. So, I'll keep the bag out. But this was my very first sow. This fabric is 18 count Blue Moon Ada from Jodri Designs, who unfortunately is no longer in business. She literally closed up shop end of 2023. So I don't have that, and I have no percentage on this. I have no proper stats on this because this is before I proper kept track. And you're gonna see 2020 I go really mad with projects. 2021 I have a couple, and then 22 sorry, I go back to this, and 23 and 24. But this is all I have. This is the last picture I have of this. I don't have a picture of the full thing. But this is June. It's a little panda bear. We'll go through it all when we get to it. I do know this is stitched with DMC, and if you remember, 2020 was the year DMC brought out Etoile, which is that sparkly DMC. And I also have some sulky thread that I'm using for gridding. So let's bring this down, and here's the fabric. Look, I started it in this side, so I have all that for something else. Not that I don't know what to do with it, but we have this. So this is where we're actually up to. We're up to July, because I was only taking pictures. This was before I was taking daily pictures. I would only take a picture when I finished a part. So this was January. We had a little penguin. February we had a little fox in a bathtub. March we had a frog with a rainbow. April we had a bunny being caught in the rain. May we had a hippo serving food. Don't know what that is. And we have a panda going camping. And July was supposed to be, I think, a dog. Oh, isn't that funny? I literally was talking about how I never had a bot in here for ages, and a bot pops in. But Seri got them. Ha. So this is meant to be, I think it's a dog, like you can see the outline here. With, can't remember what it is, and I can't remember what the other months are, but I'm like, even though I don't like stitching on Ada, I'm tempted to finish this. Because look at how close this is. Like, I've only got August, September, October, November, and December. And the rest of July. But yeah, and I'm like, oh, I kept up with this one so well. I can't remember why I stopped. But all the numbers, you can kind of see. I don't know if you can actually. Oh, you can. All the numbers on this are done in Etoile. And the bottom of the snow globes. And I'm trying to pinch the fabric. The top parts, and in here you can't really see it because for some reason it blends really well in my fabric, but there's grey, like this colour here is in these bits, and it's the Etoile as well, but I think that's 310 Etoile. I can't remember, actually no it's not, it's 317, and I don't know, I have them right here, I could check. Maybe we do South September as well. Maybe September. But yeah, this was also my very first hand dyed fabric. Like, up until this point, I was always stitching on plain. So, but yeah, right, on to, whilst I put this one away, onto the next one. We do have ads starting soon, so I might just take a break until they're done for a minute. Well, we have 2 minutes. So we'll see. Maybe I can get the next one out the way. I don't know where to put these. We have to make a pile on the end of the desk. Okay. Actually, we'll go through this one quick. Because this one isn't on here. Sorry. This is my other UFO. And it's not the pattern, nor the designer, it's the fabric. This is Sleeping Luna Designs Sailor Moon Sal. So this was my first Sal that a person I was following on Twitch did. That is the way around. No, it's not. It's this way. I just hit my space bar. Sorry. This is it. This is not hand-dyed fabric. This is printed. So that's why I'm not worried about that. Although I am now, because actually it won't matter because that's going to get filled in. Now you might be thinking, Emma, why would you UFO this? 3/4 stitches on Ada. I didn't know that 3/4 stitches on Ada was a pain to do until I did this project. The moons, 3/4 stitches. You can't see because the back stitching hides it. I think, I think it might be just the moons that had it. And look, babies first. French knot. They're a bit squished now because they've been folded up, sorry. But they're there. I did French knots as well. Yeah, we made that mistake, Lumi. Me and you both. But I think Lakeside Needlecraft still have this fabric. So I can just get some more of this because this is mystical marble. Okay, little, enjoy your nap, hopefully, if you can have one. But ads are starting. So whilst the ads are starting, I'm gonna sit here for 3 minutes and have a drink. If there's any questions anyone has right now would be a good time. Yeah, let's put this back in the bag actually. But that's the only reason why this is being UFO'd. It's because it's Ada. Nothing to do with the designer or the pattern. Oh, I didn't show you the back. But whilst we're in the break, I'll just show you guys the back. Sneak peek for subs. There's the back. Not that bad. Yeah. Breakfast. What are you gonna have for breakfast, Lumi? Oh, I need to let the air out. A sausage, egg and potato burrito. That does sound nice. Right, let me grab the next one ready. We're not going to go through this one until the ads are done, but I'm grabbing it ready. So I'll bring up Notion. It's like they'll never know. There's still a minute to go. Oh, this is the longest minute. I'm also keeping an eye on the time because Diamond Art Club's doing their drop at 5. So I've got about half an hour-ish. Oh, the cats are meowing at each other. You might have heard that. They're having a stare down. All is good. Zelda just wanted to lay down on the bed. Because none of the cats can lay on my bed at the moment because it's covered in projects. Yeah. And I have a big shopping bag to the side with them in as well. Which is fine. Right, ads are done. You missed nothing, technically. You missed the back side of the other one, but it's not it doesn't matter. So up next is the Chinese Zodiac Sale, also by the Frosted Pumpkin Stitchery. This was started on May 16th, 2020. This is, Animal Almanac. Do I have how big it is? It's 107 by 295. But Chinese zodiac is 131 by 131. I'm stitching this on 18 count Ada called in the colorway Salamander again by Jodri Designs, who unfortunately is no longer around. This is this one. It's another Ada problem. Let's go show you. So this one's technically the most complete, and I could have fit this on one side. So I did really well with the last sow. But this one, I started dead in the center of that fabric. I could have fit it all up here. Just take this and copy and paste. But this is all I have done. I threw my mouse out the way for a minute. Which is quite a lot actually. But I have a tail end because I was working on, I think this is the horse. I don't know my Chinese zodiac well. But this is stitched. This was also around the time when Etoile came out. So this is not Etoile though, I don't think. Oh no, this isn't Etoile either, hang on. I have its threads. Oh, it might be. The red's Etoile, but the, sorry, crinkly, noisy, I know, I'm sorry. So this is a cry neck, actually. That's all I have left of this. Cry neck 028. It's very fine. But yeah, this was cry neck all in here. I think this was what I was buying the cord for. But I can't remember if this was around the time that cry neck and petite treasure braid were hard to get, or if that was in 2021. And I might have just got what I could get. I can't remember. But this is what the red is. The Etoile 816. Put them back in the bag before I lose them. But again, this was another one where I was using floss-away bags because I was sick of bobbins. But now I'm also sick of floss-away bags. I have so many of them. Let's put these back in this bag. Put it gently on the keyboard. Do not press buttons. This was a fun piece. I know. Do you remember the Yzma cat in the dragon? When I hadn't stitched most of that in just the outline green and it was just Yzma. I have the picture on my phone if you can't remember. But yeah, I'm so close to having that done. I could just put it in a frame and get it out of the way. Because I only have this border to do out here. Zelda, what are you doing? No, Zelda, you can't get up there. I'm sorry, mate. Oh no, you're not Zelda, you're Molly. I'm so sorry. There's no room up there. Sorry, Moles. Sorry, I just confused two cats. Go back over there. I'm sorry, mate. Go on, go back over there. She wants to lay on my bed, but she can't because it's covered in projects. But yeah, look, I still have... So when I go back to this, I can just put my needle on that. You can't come up here, mate. She's giving me the look. You can't see it, but she's giving me the... Go back over there where you came from. Sorry. This is the back. There's my back. It's an okay back. I'm very lazy when it comes to doing confetti on certain pieces. So I'll just carry it on the back, like with the fan. Because I hate... I mean, I guess on Ada it's easier to pin compared to doing it on... I'm trying to pinch this so I can show you better. Because there's like gold back stitching. Because like there's bamboo, I think it is in here that has it. Like, I was checking to make sure my stitches hadn't changed, or that'd be very awkward. But I think I still crossed them the same. Yeah. Because I do mine backwards compared to how you're supposed to do it. In brackets. Oh, Molly, did you get up there anyway? Molly! There's no room, hang on. She's coming over. Somehow she got up on the bed. She's trying to come over, so I'm moving up. She's gonna go the other way. Can you come here? Come on. Go on. You can do it. No, she don't believe. Hang on. Go on. This way then. Molly, please. I just lift that up and you go up there. Go then. Oh, sorry. She wanted to just... She's on the windowsill now. I just moved all that in case she stacked it and took it all with her. Cats. Right. So that's the end of that. I don't have a percentage because, like I said, I think it was only in 2022 I started to keep track of stats properly. Unless I was doing a 100 stitch challenge in Lumi's Discord, then I would do 100 stitches, record that, and be like, done. Right, next up is Alice in Wonderland sale. Let's hop over to Notion. This one is embarrassing. So I started this May 23rd, 2022. This is Alice in Wonderland Sao by Satsuma Street. That is not a H. Fixing my mistakes. Okay. This one's a very poor start, and these bags are so dusty that they're making my fingers feel funny. So, 184 stitches wide. Oh, Molly, why do you have to be so difficult? Go on. Look, hurry up or I'm going to shame you on camera. That's it, she's being shamed. She's on the fabric. It's because this is a new mat. Because I only have this one out when I'm doing things because it's nice, so she wants to lay on it. That's it. No, don't move the mic. Look, she's got her grippies. Yes. New laying spot. She always lays on my desk when I've got a new mat. It's the smell. I put my other mat that I normally have on my desk on her bed so she could lay over there. Nope. Nope. Can you please stop moving the mic? You're as bad as Zelda. Molly, don't eat that. Oh my god. I've got my projects in my lap. Come on, mate. And she doesn't like being picked up, so see. I just... Go on. Go on. No, oh. Oh, I didn't even touch her. You saw that? You saw that? She went for me. How rude. I didn't touch her, I swear. She's so overdramatic. No, she went to bite me. Oh, she chomp. She doesn't like being picked up, so that's fine. I needed her off because it's fine. I forgive her. I literally just touched her belly. And she was like, so this is 184 by 184. Back to this. This is again on Arctic Splash, 18 count by Jodry Designs. There is a story behind this whip. Around this time was when I started to experiment with even weave. So I'd never stitched with even weave. So I actually bought a 28 count in this colorway. Started it, didn't know what I was doing, got very confused, ripped it all out, and I used it as a practice piece on another pattern. So I had to buy another count, an 18 count version of the same fabric. So this is all I have done. Are you ready? You can sneak peek. So this is a massive piece of fabric. I could have fit it on here twice. Again, Emma. I think it's actually this way around. I think, don't quote me. I only have the outline done. So, yeah. That's it. I can't remember what goes in these four corners, but it's all Alice related stuff in these. But I have the border done, so when I come to do it, it's there ready waiting. And I have all the threads because I bought all the threads. Because I still do, technically to this day, I buy all the threads that I need for the piece. But yeah, I think I just got so frustrated with the 28 count version that when I finished this, I was like, I'm done. So this was just put away and I forgot about it. Let's show you the back for my very small start. There it is, and I'm picking the black fluff off. Yeah, see, lazy. But this was also when I started to, because I used to knot them. If you ever UFO this, send it my way. I think I'm going to keep all of them, because I think if I just stitch on them and persevere, I'll get through. Because like a lot of these is like a lot of my Ada ones are so close to being done. That's what's so funny. Is that they're just really close, except for this one, but I'll finish this one. But yeah, because I remember I spoke about it once before in one of your streams, and I was like, I think I'm just going to give away all my Ada ones and just rebuy the fabric. But I have a lot of memories behind these. They aren't massive, which makes them easy to start. Yeah. But things like Animal Almanac and Chinese Zodiac, they're really close to being done. I just push through a bit, they'll be done. So it's just what it is. Maybe I'll just do something about it. Stream more often and work on them on stream, so I have no choice. I don't know. I think Molly moved my mic too much, so I'm going to try and readjusting it without making too much noise. Sorry. So my next project, another Ada. Back to Notion. Ta-da. So we're going to skip this one because this was a full coverage. So, To Halloween Ouija Sal by Tiny Modernist. This is my very first Tiny Modernist piece. June 16th, 2020. 167 stitches wide by 215 stitches tall. You're turning into me. I'll work on it because then I have to work on it. Well, I don't know. A lot of me is just, I don't know. And this is on 18 count Country Mocha Ada by Zweigart. It's very stiff. It's honestly great motivation. Yeah, but if you're like me and you don't actually stream, then you don't work on it. So I could be like, guys, I'm going to stream every day this week. Stream none of those days. I don't think I've seen this one. I think you have, because you might have seen it. It was 2020. It's been ages. I think I might have taken a few pictures. But this is 167 stitches tall, no, wide by 215 stitches tall. This is not, I think I just know, this is not the called for threads. I could not get hold of the called for threads for this. So I'm actually using, I can tell you now, oh look, I've got, you can't see that, I just had a bit of it on me. The fabric's falling apart. I'm using Weeks Dye Works. Oh, that's a nice colour. Okay, so I'm using, oh no, that's a big word. Let's just show you on here so I can, boop. So this is what I have done. See, again, another one where I think I only had 2 parts left to do. I remember coming home from work when I used to work as a cleaner, and I'd come home and I'd stitch this green. This green was the death of me. But yeah, that's what's so annoying is this is another one. This was also when I got my Lowry stand, not my table Lowry, my proper Lowry stand. This was the first project I put in it. So these are the threads I'm using for it. So if I can find, let me find the PDF, because that would tell me what the called for were, and then I can tell you what I changed. See, if I had set this up, I would have set up so you could see all this, because this is maddening. Tiny Modernist, I'll maybe at the end. Halloween Sow. Let's see, I can actually see the part I'm at. Part 3, yeah, this is part 3. But also that job was not helpful for having energy after work, no. But it was a lot of green. There's so much, this was all green, but it wasn't supposed to be. So this is my own colorway for this. The key, there's 3 colours. Why have I got this many colours then? Why do I have all these? Oh, so I have 310. The called for 310. But then I have some B5200. Oh, I think I know why, because I think some of this wouldn't work, so I used some DMC in places where I think, like, these graves, I think is all B52, but the 4 corners is this, which is Weeks Dye Works Icicle. And then I have 310, but I also have mascara from Weeks Dye Works, and I think I was using that in certain places for the black. I don't remember. And then I have 645. Why is this? Hang on, I think I'm just gonna open up part 4. Because I think that's the first part with those colours. No, I'm confused. Why do I have so many colours then? Emma, what did we do? This is the one I don't know how to pronounce, and I can't make it so you can see. But it's like Oki Finoki. But I'll put it in chat. I can reach my keyboard. Nope. That's what it is. I think that's Oki Finoki. But it's a green, and that's what all this is. Maybe these were in case I didn't have enough of the Weeks Dye Works. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been 4 years. Oh, maybe I think I used 310 actually to do the back stitching. Because there is back stitching on this. There's a cobweb on the house, and there's whiskers on the cat. Let me close that again, I don't need that. And then just to show you the back cobweb. Proper cobweb now. Those letters were the death of me. Because I would do the single layer, then end the thread, next layer, end the thread. The bats. No, those are stars. And bats. Yeah, I think I used DMC in certain places where I felt like it wasn't going to have enough. We'll see. But this is, yeah, this is really stiff. This is giving me 25 count DMC fabric. But that's this. The next one is quite funny to me. We will have to, I think after this one, I will have to take a quick break to do my Diamond Art Club order. Because I need those. Just trying to do that up. I'm making a pile on my desk of each year, and then I'm going to put them somewhere. I don't know where I'm going to put them. So, we have a Biscornu. It's not a Biscornu yet, I know. It's great, isn't it? So this is Para Biscornu by Tiny Modernist. This was started... Oh, this is horrid fabric. Ugh, scratchy. This was started on June 21st, 2020. This is 68 wide by 68 tall. I don't have a total stitch count. This is on 18 count oatmeal by Zweigart. I think that's all I can say. I have the called for colours, obviously. But this is all I have. Ta-da. So I have... Don't even remember which way round. Oh wait, I do because I wrote top. I can see it. I wrote top. Yay, past me. There's the top. I should have put a stitch up there because that's faded. But this is the right orientation. I spent a day. I actually stitched this border in hand. So I just sat there. Because I did have it in a very small Q-snap. I have one somewhere. I don't know where it is. I'll show you. This might actually work better in. Hang on. No. I can't find it at the moment, never mind. The small nudge. If you know what I'm on about. The very small nudge this might work in. But there's the bottom. Isn't that great? Look at all that stitching I've done. Wow. And look, the problem with this oatmeal is you get bits that stick out. If I hold it there, you can see that there. But yeah, so much progress. I would also work on this when I came home. I think this was for a Serenadia challenge, because in 2020 she was doing loads of challenges and one was to make a Biscornu. So I think I was taking part in that. Did so well. But it's nice, it just fits in this little bag with its threads. I started one then as well. Yeah, I think 2020, because it was the pandemic, lockdown, we all just started doing stitching challenges, and some of us did them, some of us didn't. I'm one that did them but didn't finish them. You'll see another one later. Right, pandemic. This one's on a big frame, so back to Notion whilst I grab it. This one was actually on the floor by me. Squeeze in. There we go. So this is when I found even weave. So this is 40 count, by the way. So this was my very first long dog. This was pandemic. This was actually a freebie from the Facebook group, or her Facebook. It's no longer free. It was only free, I think, for 2020. And I took it up. I was like, yes. So, stuff's falling. So this is Long Dog Samplers, Pandemic. I started this June 29th, 2020. This is 365 stitches wide by 492. There are 77,265 total stitches in this. I don't know what percent I'm at, because of course. This is stitched on 40 count white even weave by Zweigart, and the threads I'm using is one's a Silks for You no, not silks for you. Dinky dyes. Hang on, was that one of these I just grabbed? No. No. I think it's called Serenity, but this is my first silk. It is, and I'm using a DMC along with it. I'm using 9.95. I do have a picture because we have a difference. So this was the last time I worked on it in 2020. So this is where I was at. It's kind of a bad picture but that's all I had. And it was coming up to the time that I was going to start my next long dog, which we'll get to in a while. And, so I'm now starting to refresh Diamond Art Club. I was using a ball tip needle on this because I had just bought some and it was really nice for this 40 count, but now I have my tiny pony needles, so you'll see that on this needle minder. It's in a massive, I think this is a 17 inch by 17 inch frame, so that was where it was last. This is where it is now. So this is all this bit here. It's really hard trying to work out how to block this out into different sections. So the last time this was seen, most of this was done. I finished down to this corner. I brought the blue down. I finished this, so all this here is new. If I lift that up, all that there's new. I hope that doesn't stain, but I used a pen on it, not an actual pen, like an actual fabric marking pen. So I wasn't silly by using a regular pen. But I've never washed this project. And I don't know if you can because this is silk. But hey, there's my caterpillar cross stitch needle minder with my tiny, tiny needle. I do love my pony needles because they're so small. They make really nice work stitching on this fabric. But yeah, so I was trying to work out how to split this up, so I think that's called a Capricorn. Cornucopia? But that's what that is, and I stitched that in the 9.95. Let me bring it over to show you the back. Look at that. Very neat, because maybe you could even say very demure. Because I didn't want to waste all this silk. I think I only have 5 skeins. And I'm like, is that even going to be enough? That's why I've added the 9.95. So, there's the back. Not much really to say about the back. It's just, it looks like that. Back to the front. But yeah. And that's pandemic. So, let's go back to Notion so I can put this down. Something stabbing me in the leg. Okay. I must have worked on this one for a while because the next start is in August. And it's my first kit, and when I say kit, I mean actually, technically, this was my first Sao kit, because Gecko Rouge's Game Nouveau was my first ever kit. But this was my first kit I ever bought from the Homemakery, who were the UK distributor for the Frosted Pumpkin. 1 second, back to that. Okay. So, Midnight Way. This one was, I think, started on one of my streams back in 2020 because I was so excited to stream back then. I mean, I say that like I'm not anymore. I still am. It's just, I just streamed more. I need to get back into it. I need to set myself a tight schedule. But, so this is actually the called for fabric, the called for threads from the Homemakery. This is 28 count Whimsy linen from Pictureless Plus. This was started August 24th, so this was just after my birthday. It was 159 stitches wide by 79 stitches tall. And I do have a progress picture because this is not where we are, but this was like one of the last pictures I took of it. So I just started. So part 1 was, when we get to showing you properly, part 1 was the first house and this was part 2. I think I made a mistake in part 2 and it didn't line up, and I think I had to rip most of it out. I think it's fixed. Yes, I can actually see the mistake on this piece. This one stitch right here, there, that should not be there, because if you notice there's 3 stitches in this side, there was supposed to be 3 stitches, so I think I only had to rip back a bit. Because I went to pick this up once, I was like, this doesn't line up. And now I know why. But yes, now to show you. Ta-da! That's all I have done. So not much more than what you saw. But here's Broomhilda's. I think that's as I'm trying to read my backstitch handwriting. This was also another étoile, because 2020 everyone was using étoile. I think that's 310 étoile, but I think her hat and her outfit was supposed to be stitched in regular 310, and I just used étoile, or it was stitched in regular and it was meant to be sparkly, so I went over it. But there it is, there's that, and then there's part 2. So part 2 was this, and part 3 I think was the other side, the other house, and then part 4 was the banner that says Midnight Way, if I'm remembering correctly. Does this have a picture at the top? No, it doesn't. So I think that was that. This was also around the time where I started to work on linen. This might be my first linen piece. Sounds right, yeah. So I'd never worked on linen, I'd only worked on even weaves up to this point. So it was a bit of a scary thing, because if you might want, like, why is it so scary? Well, linen comes with slubs. I'm showing you one, but you can't actually see it. I'm trying to find an obvious one. I've probably stitched over most of them. Oh, look, the fabric's kind of chewing itself up there. Look at that. Oof. Cotton candy, anyone? Or candy floss in the UK? Let's pop that in the bin. One thing I don't like about the frosted pumpkin kits is this was obviously off a yardage because it's got a seamed edge. I wish they would have fixed and seamed all the edges before sending it, because it's so annoying to me when I get a nice and it starts to fray, because you can ruin a project with it fraying too much. But yeah, there are slubs in here. I'm trying to find a nice big one, but I can't find one. So you'll have to just take my word. There is one there, but you can kind of see it. And I'll show you the back. Here's the back. More fluff. I just gave up there. I just went straight over her face with my back stitch. Because Frosted Pumpkin, I think, are the only company that when you backstitch their eyes, well, you backstitch the eyes, so you'll do the X's for the eyes, and then you'll go over it with 2 strands in a square, and it'll make the eyes look more square. But mine look a bit wonky because these have been folding up and twisted. So we'll see. I might have to fix that. But we have a little Gingy there coming in. And the pumpkin does have a name, and I can't remember the name of the pumpkin. Oh, look. It's time. Don't mind me. Just going to quickly take a minute to put my 2 diamond paintings in my cart. Just not going to panic. Just going to put in the code. When it loads. Oh, that's not bad. Don't mind me, I'm just doing some shopping. I got them done very quick. Ta-da! There we go. Let me just... I'll leave that up so I can add the others to my wish list. It's fine. Right, back to this. Sorry, distraction. So yeah, there's not much to say about this, is there? Because that's it. Most of my 2020 whips, oh look, the stitches have gone a bit there. Probably from squishing them. Yeah, most of my 2020 whips, I was in this craze of just starting a bunch of things and never finishing. So maybe I should fix that. So that's Midnight Way. Back to Notion. So next up is Toff. The pumpkin is Jack, the candy bucket is Sugarloaf. That sounds right. I'm going to take your word on it. Now, Toff's in a tiny bag. So there's a chance she might have slipped. So give me a minute. Toff? Yeah. No. No. Toff, where be gone? Oh, there she is. I found her. This is my very first Lumi Celine designs. But I found her. Haha. This was started September 10th, 2020. She was also a stream project. She's very... Ugh, the progress when you see her. So... I was supposed to be test stitching this. I got so far in this. Considering it's on the WIP list and not the finish. Yeah. And look at this stitch count. She's 65 stitches wide by 103 stitches tall. I am stitching this on a 40 count green linen by Zweigart. It's a nice colour. I think it matches her nicely. I have all her threads. I think I was just having an issue with the 310, just knotting up all the time on this. And look, we do have a picture. So, we have made progress since this picture. That's all I had, was just her head. But we have her whole body and a part of her hair. And this is buffed off. See? So, there you go. I think this might be a better fabric to show you the slubs, or slugs, or sloughs, whatever you want to call them. So, there is one. So that's what's the difference is between linen and even weave. It's just it's not evenly weaved or woven. There's Toff. I really should finish her. She will take me probably a couple of days if I just sat with her. This was so annoying. Because it's literally just fill her in. She's a bit of full coverage. Just fill her in. And then the words at the top and the words at the bottom. And then boom, done. Why this wasn't finished, I don't know. But this was when I was starting everything. I mean, you can see all the starts I've had. You've seen how many projects we've gone through, and we've only in September. But there's the back. A nice neat back. This was my first 40 count linen, not even weave, but linen. It was 2020, yeah. A bunch of online communities. Me and stitching became a thing. I'd only just started stitching in 2016. About 2016. And all I was making were these tiny keychains for about like this sort of a size, like Toff's head, on 14 count plastic canvas. And then I started stitching on 14 count Ada. And then over time, I'm now an even weave and a linen girly. You can't take that out of me. So there she is. I'm just gonna... I think I should just do a whip rotation where I work on all my old whips, because some of these, when I look at them, sorry, my bag's all crinkly. It's very sad. I just don't know what to do. Maybe you guys can help me figure something out once we're done. Right, back into the small bag with Toff. There we go. Okay, next we have the Dark Queen of the Sea Sow. No, not that one. This one. This was my very first Autumn Lane Stitchery sow. I have all the called for threads, including the specialty threads, which were Petite Treasure Parade. I have her beads, because this is essentially a fancy lady, so to speak. And yeah, I really love this fabric. It's perfect, and I'm so sad because, again, this is another Jodrey Designs, and she went out of business. So when they started their next Dark Queen, which we'll get to, I couldn't get a fabric to match me. So this one was another. I started this on stream many years ago. I made poor progress, and then 2023 I pulled this out again because I was doing WIP Go, and I did do a ton of progress. So she was started on September 11th, 2020. Again, Autumn Lane Stitchery is the designer. You should check them out. They have fantastic patterns. I mean, you check out everyone that's on this list, really, to be honest. She is 208 stitches wide by 261 stitches tall. This is stitched on 32 count Purple Rain opalescent even weave. There's something that's not on here, opalescent. So this was also my very first sparkly fabric. And this was my very first, this was where she was when I last touched her in 2020. That was it. And do you like the coordinating Dark Queen? I couldn't stitch this without the Dark Queen herself. So I needed an Ursula. They did come out with needle minders for this, but 2020 shipping from the US to here, I mean, it's still bad now, but whew. So remember this picture? Look at that. I mean, it's not that much more, but it's a couple of parts more. We only had her leggies. This bit was done. So the fishies were done. This up to this part of the leg was done. So in 2023, I stitched all of this. And I was debating, because you could stitch her 1/1. Her skin, I should say. So all this blue here. I could have stitched this 1/1, but I decided to do it 2/2. And they did come out with an NSFW version where her titties would be out. But I was like, we're going to cover those. Not because I don't care. I really don't care. But I was like, I'm just going to stitch this version. And I am slowly in the process of recharting her to make her pattern keeper compatible. Because this was 2020. Pattern keeper had come out that year, but it's still in early development, and a lot of charts, like softwares, weren't compatible, so this one wasn't, so I was recharting. Plus they came out with other options for her hair, so I'm recharting it to give her a blue to pink ombre. So I need to do that, because if I don't, I'm gonna lose track. So I have all her, I think I have most of her charted. I obviously had all this charted, hence why I did all this. So there's her hand. Her hand does come down to this fish, and she's poking it. And people did give their fishes names, and I didn't name mine. And if I had, I don't remember, but I didn't. So these are the fish. Maybe one day we'll name them when I work on this. But there she is. I really do love her. She has big... Well, let me pull my fabric. She has big tentacles. I think she will finish about here, though. So I've got all this extra. But she has big tentacles, and this hand's holding a trident. And then up here's an Art Nouveau style border. And she's got the tridents here. And then her hair is like whoosh down here. And she does have antlers. But I think I'm going to rechart the antlers into a crown. Because a lot of people were modifying theirs. And I think people were sharing them in the Facebook group for this. So I think I might just see what I have. Because I have a folder full of all her stuff. And the back. To show you the back. So there's the back. So the fishies, I think you can tell when I switched. like when I stitched these in the different years. So this was all 2020, and then all this was 2023. So I really should just work on her. Every time I bring these out, this is the problem with WIP Parades, is you bring them out to show everyone, you're like, oh, I want to work on this. And it's like, you can't work on everything at the same time. I wish. But there's my Dark Queen. I do have a Dark Queen of the Earth, which is the next one, but I'm restarting her, and when we get to her, I'll show you why. Because of the fabric. So, tuck on my spare threads. So, put her in the pile. All the piles starting to get a bit wobbly. Oh dear. Back to Notion, back to part 1. So the next one is Save the Stitches. I think when I went in this earlier, it got messed up. My order. Because I did have this in order. Poopies. So, Save the Stitches. This was a free black work pattern. It was from a website. I think if you just type in Save the Stitches and Liz Almond, you'll find it. Now, I'm doing this because I'm a mad woman on 40 count even weave, white by Zweigart. I have picked my own colourway because blackwork gets its name. Blackwork gets its name from using black thread. The clue's in the name. But I decided I didn't want to do mine black. So I decided to do it in blues. And at the time I really loved these 3 DMC blues. I have the colours I have here, so anyway. So again, this was started September 15th, 2020. So 4 days between. I think I finished part 1 of the Dark Queen, the fish, in 4 days or 3 days. And then I started this. And one of the Discord communities I was in, we would do a bunch of monthly challenges because it was like an RPG. And it was just do things that were out of your comfort zone. So this is 180 stitches wide by 380 stitches tall. Again, I'm stitching this on 40 count white even weave from Zweigart. I do have a picture. It's just a close up of what I'm going to show you. So this is it. So I'm using Cryneck because they do use sparkly thread. And I'm using 1 strand for all of this. But I just love how the stitches look. And these eyelets are my favourite stitch. I don't know what it is, I just love eyelets. So let's show you. So I have the bag out, and you can kind of see the fabric. This white even weave is so sheer, you can see through. But there it is, so there's my Cryneck. I have all the threads here, so we'll go over those in a second, but that's all I've got done. And I can't remember what goes in these boxes other than more black work. But the eyelets, I love them. But that's it. The back, just to quickly show you the back, it's just a jumbled mess. And the threads. Oh look, that's the fabric. That's what it's called, the fabric I'm using for Toff. It's water green. There you go. So I'm using, I think it's 3846, 3845, and then the Crynecks. And this does have beads. And I do have the beads, I just don't have them here. They're in a thing I keep my beads in. So I have Cryneck 006, copper light blue. These are all very fine braid, by the way. 033, gold royal blue. Don't ask me why gold's in the name. And then the last one is 029, silver turquoise. Those are the colours. I haven't used this one. I've used that one and I've used that one. So that one here must have been used up there and the darker one's used there. So that's that. And then I've got the 2 of these. Because if you can't tell, blue's my favourite colour. So if I have to do something in black, I'm going to use blue if I can. I take it you couldn't nap at all, Lil, because of the dog, which is very unfortunate. And this is very fluffy. We should be having another ad break here soon. Maybe. According to the clock, it might be another 9 minutes, so we've got plenty of time. But like, this is what I mean. I wish every fabric company serged their edges. Because I have to put this one in upside down because I caught it in the zip. It's insane that the dog has that much separation anxiety. Yeah. That's what I said earlier. I said I said they should train their dog. Because, and let neighbours know, like, hey, we're in the process, our dog has really bad separation anxiety. Yeah, it's not fun. Right, next, Miss Cherry Blossom. No, where is she? There she is. So this is my very first official fancy lady by Mirabilia. This was started September 21st, 2020. This was a birthday start, but a month late. Because we had to wait to get all the threads, because I've got all the called for threads, the beads, because I bought the bead packs, and the fabric. Well, I haven't got the called for fabric, because that was a linen. So we've got to speed through this, because I've got about 5 minutes to get through this before ads. So this is on 32 count Palmer Violet even weave from Jodri Designs. The stitch count is, well, I don't have a stitch count. Its dimensions are 188 stitches wide by 237 stitches tall. I have a picture, but this is basically what I'm going to be showing you, but a close up. So there she is. Oops, zoom in more. Let's just do that. And here she is. So there's my Miss Cherry Blossom. All these gaps you can see are beads. That's where beads are going to go. And I did the treasure braid, and look, 1/1 skin on 32 count. That's so delicate. So this one's going to have the skin be 1/1 the whole thing, because otherwise it's going to look weird. But I can stitch 1/1 on 32 count. The very teeny tiny stitches. But she's so pretty. I have 3 of these. I have Miss Cherry Blossom. Oh my god, I can't remember what the other 2 were called. But people were doing them as a set, so I've decided to do them as a set. And it cost about 200 quid for the patterns, the fabrics, the threads, because I got the specialty threads. Like, I think this one has it. Like, this is all the threads, but it has cry neck. I think this one has a fancy floss. I can't remember. But I have the next 2 kitted up as well. And I have the beads somewhere else. But let's do a back shot. There she is. There's my back. I'm trying to keep my projects neat at the back, because I want this one to be framed when it's done. But I had to start. I think if I go back to the front, I think the middle was one of these. So it was either this long bow or if it was this one. So it was really hard to work out how to go up. So I think I did this, came over to do this, and then I did her kimono sleeve. And then I did the bow on her kimono. And then I started to work on her skirt. And she's holding an umbrella. That's what this is. That's a stick. So the umbrella's about up here. And then she's here-ish. I could be wrong. She could be here. But then her beautiful skirt trails out as well. So I have to get this done. But I started it in 2020, and I think I stopped working on it in 2020. Like most of these. But yes. Very pretty. And I love this fabric. All the fabrics I picked came from Jodri Designs for these, and I picked them to look as close to the original I really love the colours in the skirt. It's oranges as well, so there's a bit orange and stuff. But she's very pretty. So are the other two I have from her, from Mirabilia. Ooh, dangerous stack. I don't think I can stack anymore, guys. It's very tall. I'm gonna have a drink break. Whilst we wait for the next one. I wish I could get up and wash my hands because they feel gross from all the plastic bags, but I can't. So I'd have to suffer. It's fine. So how many projects has that been since the start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're up to 13, but that's including Gamer Nouveau and Novu Mermaid Air. 13. And we're not even half of that bag. We've still got tons of that bag to go. Oh, don't be sorry, little. It's disturbing the peace at the end of the day. Like, what are you supposed to do? Put up with a dog whinging and whining and barking all day? It's not fair. You could be working nights and you're trying to sleep during the day. And like, I get it, some people don't know what to do about their dog. But if you don't know, you should get someone to train it. Because it's not fair on your neighbours. Like, we have birds. There's literally nothing we can do about them screaming because they're birds. But our neighbours know that we have them. You weren't the only one bothered by it either. Exactly. Your other neighbours are probably... I don't want to say too nice, but they're probably those sorts of neighbours that are like, oh no, we shouldn't poke our nose. But it's like, if it's disturbing you, it's probably disturbing others. And it's not fair. Like, I would hate to be a nurse or a doctor or whatever who's just come in from a night shift and you want to go to bed and you can't because you can hear a dog. It's not fair. Yeah. It's not fair on any of you lot having to listen to that. And it's been like that for hours. If it was just an hour and they've gone out, okay. But it's been over 5 hours. That's not okay. Like, that dog has some serious separation anxiety. God, it feels so awkward. I have no music on this scene, and I don't know why. I don't know why it won't transfer over. Because it'd be nice to put music on during the breaks. I'd have to switch to a different scene to do that. But we're nearly done with the ad break. I'll just get the next one ready. There it is. There's the next one. Sneak peek. You can barely see that mark now from where Molly tried to bite me earlier. The reason why I'm taking a break during ad breaks is because I don't want people who want to watch this to miss out. Normally I just plow on through, but I'm like, if someone misses something, it's not fair. So, welcome back from the ads. Thank you for waiting patiently. Next up, Back to Notion. I just got this one out, I haven't touched it. Is Froggy Mushroom Cottage. This is by Anne Citru. This was started on October 12th, 2020, and there is actually a funny backstory behind this one. So let me get the information out of the way and then I'll tell the story actually. It's 150 stitches wide by 150 stitches tall, so it's a square. This is on a 32 count light blue even weave from Zweigart. I think the only picture I have is the picture of this when I was working on it, which I think is the only picture from where it is now. And these lines, that's the middle, so that's where I had to start this. So I had to start with one colour, and this one I'm colour completing. That's why it looks like that. So, oh look, you can see the ghost. We'll talk about that in a minute as well. So the story behind this is Anne Citru was in one of the Discords I used to be in, and they wanted to use WinStitch because I think they were using PC Stitch or one of the older programs, and the PDFs weren't coming out as nice, so they wanted to see how it would import. And I was like, oh, I have WinStitch, I don't mind. So they sent me the pixel art version to put in. So they were really trusting me, because I could have just, not that I would have, but I could have turned around if I was a nasty person and just stole this. But they wanted to see what it would look like, so I put it in. And I showed them the settings that I used to make it look like an actual pixel art, because you have to do some modifying back then. I don't think you have to do as much now, but at least back then you did. Because it would try to turn this into a Hade, where it's just confetti, and it's like, it's not, it's solid. So I fixed it up. I think this one might be the one that has, no, never mind. I sometimes have a picture, some of these have pictures at the top that shows what they should look like. But I did that for her, and she turned around and she gave me this pattern for free. And I nearly cried. Not because of the pattern, but because we'd also had a pet pass away like a couple of days before. So I was really sad, and then she gave me this and she was like, here you go, and I was like, ugh. So that's the backstory. And the ghost story. Ugh. This is another in the Emma Can't Count series. So let me show you the project instead of keep blabbing with the picture. So let me get this out. Boop. So, oh god, this one's really frayed. Oh, there's a dirt mark on it, probably from the Q-snap. So, look, another one in the Chronicles as well of Emma. Could have put this in a corner. I was like, that's not thread, no, that's canvas. So there it is. So there's a ghost here of this frog, this leaf. I think it was, hang on. I have a picture on my phone. I can show you the ghosting. I can show you the whole mistake. I have to go through my many pictures. When are we looking at? October. October. Right. So, I was working on this on Pattern Keeper. It was kind of compatible with Pattern Keeper. So I had this much done at the time. So I'd started here. And this tree, this isn't supposed to look like, this is a tree door. But to me, it looks like a Pokemon. It looks like Shroomish. Have any of you seen the meme of Shroomish when his face is upside down and he looks grumpy? I think I have it on my phone. I can show you on there too, if you haven't. But that's what it reminds me of every time I see it. So I had this much done. I was working on this on stream, so I'd started here. I had done all of that. And I went to go do the rest of this leaf, I think it was, and it wasn't lining up where it was supposed to. Like, this is the screenshot from Pattern Keeper, so I'm not showing any pattern. Because this is also very old, I don't use this colour on there anymore. So I was working on this leaf bit, and I was like, this isn't lining up. because I was using this to count off of, and it was not matching. And I was like, where have I gone wrong? Now, if you look at this, I think it's the next picture, and you look at this, can you tell from the picture, without me saying anything, what the mistake is before I tell you? Also, this was October. So I started on the 12th, and I got that much done on the 14th. So if you haven't guessed, let me just... The second frog's too far away. This whole part was too low. So if you look at this picture, if you look at that bit there, and you look at this bit here, I made my frog and my log social distance. They were social distancing. They should be touching, and they weren't. So I had to unpick the whole frog. I was very upset. Luckily, I didn't have this bit here done. But I had this all done. I didn't have his eyes, but this, and I had part of this leaf. Luckily, it was just the one colour. So, like, you can see where he was. You can see his ghost. He still haunts me. So I ripped it all out. See, there's his ghost. His spirit lives on. And I restitched it all where it should be. If I zoom in, you can see the ghosting some more. So that's how off he was, because there's his cheek. And that's where it was supposed to be. But once I did that, it was basically work on this, work on this, work on this, until I got to where I am. No, that's still too bright. But yeah, so that one was in timeout for a while once I unpicked all that. But then I worked on it some more. There was also a mistake here as well, because there's ghosting, and probably over here. Let's show you the back. I think you might be able to see the ghosting a bit more on the back. And these, that's just not attached anymore. Okay, in the bin. But this fabric is the worst for fraying. But there's the back. It's quite neat. I'm doing it in sections. So there he is. There's the back, the ghost. I do want to work on this. Someone in another Discord I'm in has actually finished this. They started it after me and they finished it. So I just need to, like with everything I keep saying, I need to persevere. And that was the end of that. So we're coming to the end of 2020 with this one. So after this came that's the wrong way around. The Christmas presents, because this was the first year I really properly started stitching. So what a way to do that than Christmas presents. Out of all these presents I'm going to show you, only one is finished. I don't have it. Well, I do, I just don't know where it is. My stack's too stacked. Over there. So, back to Notion. Our first Christmas present is the Blackwork Florals B. This actually came as a bundle. This was not just one pattern, it was actually Blackwork Florals. But because I was working on just the one, I just put B, so I knew which one it was. And this one was not for my mum. I know, shocker, I didn't do a B for my mum. This one was actually for my nan. But this is by, sorry, I'm opening the bag. This was from Fiona Baker Designs. And I started this November 22nd. So you'd think, oh, she should have finished this. When you see. So this is on a piece of 32 count dark driftwood even weave from XG Designs. And this piece of fabric I have is the perfect size. I could have, if I'd known. Again, Emma can't, you know, she doesn't know how to do things. We'll give 2020 Emma some slack. She was still quite new. And she was very excited. I could have probably put this up in the corner a bit more. And I might have fit all 4 on. But who knows. But this was a nice piece of even wave. Oh my god, words. So this is 70 stitches wide by 68 stitches tall. And the only picture I have is the picture that you're going to see. So we'll just show it quick. So this is what it is. And you'll be thinking, Emma, why didn't you finish that? Have you done black work on 32 count? Because it's so hard. Because you have to skip a hole like you would with normal stitches. So you think, oh, that's easy. Not to my brain it isn't, apparently. But that's what it looks like up close. Now to show you the actual thing. So this is the fabric I have it on. See, again, that could have probably gone over there. And then I could have fit more on in these corners. But it's a tiny little bee. So all the stitching. So this didn't take me long to do the stitching portion. Because it was literally just... I'm trying to... squish. Just the flowers and the bee. There were no... Maybe there were quarter stitches. I was going to say there were no quarter stitches. But I think there were, which is why I did it on an even weave. Because look, we learnt our lesson from the last time we used Ada for quarter stitches. But so I had this much of it done. There's the back. And I just gave up because of the black work. That's literally it. That's all it was. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just the black work. Because I have all the threads. I actually bought all the threads for every single one of those black work floors. So I think it came with a bumblebee. I want to say a hummingbird. Sorry, I'm checking the pattern. Oh, it has to download because I never opened it on this computer. So it came with a hummingbird, a bumblebee, 2 ladybirds, and a butterfly. And I did leave a review for this. I think this is one of the only ones I've left a review. And I did say in the review, because I was a bit annoyed about this, because I bought this with the intention of stitching all 4 on the same piece of fabric. So I bought a piece of fabric that's, I think, too small for all 4. I mean, if I'd put that in the corner, maybe it wouldn't have been. And because I bought this piece, I thought, oh, I could stitch all 4. And then I put this one on, and I was like, oh, maybe not. And so I left a review saying it would be nice if the designer had included the full stitch count, so for each of the 4, or said that the size was just for 1, and this is all 4 if you wanted to stitch them together with this many stitches gap. And she did take that feedback, and she actually messaged me about it, and she was like, really nice about it. And I was like, I was just a bit upset because I'd bought a piece of fabric that was now too small to do them all on, which was technically a my issue. But I thought if I brought it to her attention, maybe she could put it on there in future, so if anyone wanted to stitch all 4, they could. And then because we messaged back and forth, I actually upped the review to 5 stars, and I put an edit in and said that we communicated really well, and so I bumped it up, and then she messaged me again to say thank you. But yeah, this was my little bumblebee. But she's really nice. I don't think I've bought anything from her store since. Not because I don't like her, it's just I don't think she's released anything in a while, so... But I have 3 of her other patterns for this to do. So who knows, maybe one day I'll just get a piece of fabric and stitch the other 3. I don't think XU Designs does this colour though. I don't know, I'll have to have a look. Remember and change your calendar. It's already been changed. It was changed last night, but thank you. Haha. We tend to change ours at midnight because otherwise we will forget and it'll be halfway through the month before we're like, ah yes, we're not in that month anymore. And I can tell these projects are dusty because my throat's itchy. So another sippy sip. Oh, even a cat sneezed. Oh, and again. Bless you, Zelda. Let's see. Next, we have this. Back to Notion. This is Magic Winter by Cute Patterns by Maria. This was started November 25th. So these were all made in quick succession of these. And this was another XG Designs. And she's a European dyer, so it does take a little while to get here. So, and it's expensive. So I think you'll see a shift soon-ish. I'm thinking. Yeah, we'll see a shift in the next year where I stop using XG Designs and Jodri Designs. Even though Jodri was in the UK, her turnaround time, because she was always a dye and order, oh my god, a dye to order to dye. You would place your order and then she'd dye it. She wouldn't keep fabrics in stock there. What a roundabout way. So this is Magic Winter. This is 99 stitches wide by 143 stitches tall. This is on a 36 count frozen lavender linen by XG Designs. Oh my god, my mouth. Don't have a stats for this. This is another one, right? There's two of these where I've started on 36 count, and you should really, I shouldn't say you should because it's up to you. I should really stitch one with one strand. And this is, I think she's a Russian or a Ukrainian designer. I can't remember off the top of my head now without going to a store. But it's one of those fancy ones, this one is. You know, the ones where it's got back stitch, half stitches. So some of this, do I have any in this yet? No. I think I was doing all the full cross because it's so confusing to me. Because I think I had to rechart this to get it to work in Pattern Keeper, and it was remembering which ones were the full stitches and which ones were the half stitches, because, oh no, what's this? The needle loss design's gonna be banned. Yes, I'm gonna get that because I'm a member of her Ko-fi. Yes, it's the frog butt from the other day. Do you know what? I'm gonna download that right now if it's available. It better be available for me to get right now. Right, meow. It is, yes. I don't have to pay for it because I technically already did. It is so pretty. Don't mind me, I'm just downloading it into its folder. No, that's the wrong needle. Ko-fi rewards. Yes. All is right in the world again. Oh, let's do a refresh of Diamond Nightclub, see if anything's sold out. Wonderland sold out. I knew it. That's why I bought it. I knew it. Get notified that sold out. I don't know if it sold out in the early release and then the general, but it sold out. Nice. Damn it. Sorry, Zelda. Zelda just jumped off that bed. One of my projects just slipped off. That cat went from being on one side of the room to out that door. I'm sorry, Zelda. Right back to this. Now I've just scared the bejesus out of my cat. I told you they were gonna fall, didn't I? So this was stitched with 2 strands on over 2 when I should have been 1 over 2. I think this is the only picture. That looks a bit about where I am. Yeah. So this is it. So it's a bit bulky. I made the same mistake as well on another project that we'll get to in 2021. So I'm doing this like you can see. I'm caressing the fabric like you can see. Let's switch to so you can see. Boop. So this is all I have done. She's a small one, so she should be up here. I'm tempted to ignore this bit, and restart it up here. Because she'll fit there. But this is a Moomin. So over here-ish, I think, is a Moomin. Like, it's one of their Winterland scenes, but I think I will restart this. And do it 1/2 instead of 2/2 because it's very bulky. It's why with the Eevees, the Hade I'm restarting that over 1 because 25 2/1 is so thick, and it's the same on this because my tension's all off because of it. I think this is discoloured. I think that's meant to be white. It looks white to you guys, but to me it looks slightly cream. But it could be my oils because, you know, it's not been worked on. And like, it's such a nice fabric. I picked this pink because my mum loves pink and she picked the pattern. So I had everyone pick their pattern. So this one should be, I think I might just start this. And then I'll eventually unpick this and reuse the rest of this fabric for something. So yeah, there's the back. You can see how thick it is. Neighbour's dog's barking, sorry if you can hear that. But look how thick that is. It's so thick. And I've got a back stitch in that as well, so it's like I might as well just restart it. It's not that far in, I don't think, so I'm not going to be that sad. I have plenty of thread, and if I'm only using one strand it'll be easier. So maybe I'll do that one day. Put it back in its bag. What's funny is when I had my old desk, so this is a newer desk. I got this desk in 2021 because I needed a big desk. But my last desk was also an IKEA desk and it was a corner one. And it had netting underneath. And I would just store all the threads for my projects that I was working on under there. I had to put him under there as well to keep him away from Zelda because he's a plastic chewer. If I knew where the threads were for my pandemic, I'd show you because he's chewed the corner of them. Just the thing, not the actual thread. So, back to Notion whilst I grab this next one. This one is a Lola Lotta shop. She is no longer on Etsy, but you can find her on my bobbin. So, there's that. So if you do like her patterns, which I do, her sleeping dragons are amazing, then that's where you can go. So this one is also, the needle lot, no, not needle lot. The Cute Patterns by Maria also had blends as well. So this was also the start of me learning how to blend. I say that. Miss Cherry Blossom has blends. I don't know if I actually did any blends in her yet, but she has blends. This was the first time I did a blend. So this one is Potions Keeper by Lola Lotta Shop. This was started December 6th, 2020. This was 116 stitches wide by 120 stitches tall. This is on a 32 count Old Witch Cape opalescent even weave from Barbara Creations. And it's a really nice fabric. This one, right, Barbara Creations, if you ever order from them or from her, the fabrics stink. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean they're very potent in the fact that whatever she washes them in, you can still smell it after it's been delivered. And if you're like me and you have lung issues like asthma, it chokes you. So just be careful with your ed. I don't know if she's changed it since then, but when I ordered this, it stunk. No, it don't smell anymore. It smells musty. Well, not musty. It's like dust because it's been in a bag for ages. Because I haven't touched this since 2020. But this one is probably another one I could have put in a corner. Takes me a while to learn this. Do I have a picture? I do. This is the only picture I have. And this one I think will show the opalescentness. Oh, look. This is actually, this here is not in this anymore. It's been unpicked. Don't know if I must have made a mistake. But I think some of this dragon, like the wing, was blends. I think there were blends in the wing. I can't remember. Oh, most of this is gone too. Maybe this whole wing needs unpicking. Maybe all that is wrong and this is the verge of me unpicking it. Ooh, that's awkward. We're gonna see minus progress when I switch over. If it's low, if it's lower, it's got blends, yeah. What's this? Pink and purple froggies. Oh my god, this is dangerous, Louis. Stop it. We're trying to do a WIP parade, not add to it. Not yet anyway. That comes later. So let's show you my minus progress. This was really washed out. Oof. Oof. It's more black. There we go. I did turn off the auto. I don't know why it's still doing it. I turn it off because it washes it out, see? Because it's trying to read the sparklies. I know, but everyone is putting out pink frogs. I haven't. I don't have a pink frog. But this is a little sleeping dragon. Oh, Zelda, what are you doing? Are you coming over? Hang on. Just in case he decides he's coming over. There he is. There he is. There's the boy. He's sniffing the mic. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yes, can I help you? Oh, he's rubbing up against you guys. Yes, can I help you? Thank you. I mean, I technically only have 2 whips. I need more. Oh, Zelda, why? He just nudged you guys really hard. Zelda. I'm trying to do a WIP parade, mate. I'm trying to show everyone all the pretty things I have. Do you think you could come back later? Yeah, do you think you could come back later? Zelda is also a whip. Yeah, this is a full coverage. It's been taking me about 8 years to finish this one. It's every time I think he's finished, it's just a bit more to do. Yeah. He's stitched on it's this weird material. He would like to remind you he's also a pretty thing. He knows he's a pretty thing. He's stitched on 65 count. This is 1/1, but I'm using the special fluffy thread. And he's also an animatronic, so that's why he moves. He's very hyper realistic. Yeah, see. Yes, it's my magnum opus. because he is a work of art. He will be in a museum one day. Yes. Oh, where are you going now? Oh, he's come to give you guys purrs. Let's put the project out the way. Zelda, you can't go over on the bed. There's no room. Keep walking, please. You're not touching them. Thank you for the purrs. Hey, come on. He might be eating his biscuits in a minute because I've kind of put the bag where he'd normally sit. Yeah, he crunchy. Right. Whilst he's distracted, back to this. Which way round do you go? So I must have made a mistake, as I was saying, because this was all done and that picture I showed you and here was done. And there was nothing, this was bit here. It's all unpicked, so I must be in the process of unpicking. I got fed up. So I think I started a different project. Like I always do. And there was a finish in between these. I did finish one of the Christmas presents that I was supposed to work on. And that was the koi fish for my granddad. It was also one of the first projects I ever reached 1,000 stitches on. Because I was like, I needed motivation to get these done. And I think I got close one day, and I think Keshi was like, oh, you can totally hit 1,000. And I was doing a Stitch and Bitch in my Discord, my community at the time, and I was in there from like the morning till the evening, and I just kept stitching, and I wasn't really paying attention to the number, and all of a sudden 1,000 popped up, and I was like, oh, I did over 1,000. So there's that. Okay, next we have we're in 2021. Well, the end of 2020, but this is technically, it might as well be 2021 because this is a start for the 2021. So this is the Zodiacs out by Tiny Modernist. This one was a pain because I'm stitching this on a technically 35 count charcoal even weave from Zweigart. Now there's nothing really wrong with it, it's just when you see it you'll understand the panic. Because we got the border, it was really hard trying to find a fabric for this, and my mic's not how it's supposed to be. That would have to do. Zelda really messed it up. With Zelda and Molly both being up here. So it was really hard trying to find a fabric for this. So I ended up going with this because I wanted to stitch it on a black, but I was like, I'm not doing a pure black. So we have a charcoal. And this was started December 31st, 2020, because that's when I think the border came out before then, but like I said, trying to get the fabric. Oh, this is a, I put even weave. This is not an even weave. This is a linen. Oh, I can't change it. I have to go to the fabric itself. Pretend that says linen. That's wrong. But this is the first part. So that's all I have done was part 1, which was Aquarius. So I did have this. If you remember last year, 2024, I set myself a Sal WIP goal to work on every Sal, well not every, because I couldn't fit them all on, but all my most recent past couple of years maybe Sal, and then the hate Sal happened. And it didn't happen, did it? I think I did. I started one of my Salgo pieces, and it was a no-go. So that was very quickly thrown out the window. And this was on there. So my goal was, I wasn't so worried about getting the border done. I wanted to get the circles done and do the next part because this is only part 1. So this is it. So this is how big it is. And can you now see the panic? Because there's the top of the fabric. There's the bottom of the fabric. I think the fabric was wide enough because there's not much more past this part. But when I was stitching these circles, I was like, oh, like I think I started here-ish, maybe. I can't remember. I'd have to look back in the pictures. And I was like, oh, I don't think I'm going to have enough room. So I worked my way round. Like I didn't even finish. If you had seen the WIP, like you see how this circle is like that? That's what I did. I just did this and I came over. Or I might have gone that way and I went that way and then I did this circle. And then once I knew it fit, I was like, okay, finish the circles. So that's this one. There isn't really much to show because that's it. I can show you the back. So there's the back. Again, not much to show because I only have Aquarius done. And I was watching Michelle Bendy Stitchy's Flosstube, or her WIP Parade, the other day. And she decided, but she inherited hers, as in someone gave theirs up and she bought it. They gave up theirs and they were stitching on 25 count, 2/2. So she had the whole thing and they'd stitched the first 4. And so she decided that she was going to stitch the one that was in its season. So she started with the one down here. And I can't remember which one we're in right now. Oh no, it must have been down here because this is, I think it's 343. No, because there's 12 of them, aren't there? 12 zodiacs. How many zodiacs are there? Because if it's 3, no, it must be 4, 8, 12. But this was a 13-month sale because we had the top and the bottom as well to add. Yeah, there's 12 zodiacs, but this was a 13-month sale. That's where I'm getting wrong. So she started with the one that's down here for that season, or wherever that one is supposed to go. She started with that one, and then she moved on. And that's where I am with that. But it's a nice grey, and you'll see this colour come back again for the next cell. Because who doesn't love black work on a 35 count? Not me. After my last black work on even weave, I thought black work on linen would be even better. So now I can put that there. Have another sippy sip. Right, next we have this one. So this is the 2020 Black Work Sale by Peppermint Purple. This is actually, well, it's not anymore, but at the time this was a free sale. So I joined it because to join it you just have to be a member on the Facebook group, and every Friday she releases the weekly filler, as it's called. So I'm doing this on the same colour and count, so a 35 count charcoal grey linen from Zweigart. This was started January 19th, 2021, so I was a year behind with this one. But I did have it all, and it was just trying to work out my colourway and things like that. So I'm crinkling a bag because I'm looking. So this is stitched. This is 107 stitches wide by 200 stitches tall. I don't have any stitch count because it's black work. There are no actual stitches. So it's kind of hard to say how many stitches there are when there are no stitches. So do I have? I do have a picture, so this is all I have done. But this is it in a frame. So that's basically where I am. So I'm stitching this with one strand over two to do black work. And I think this is the middle. I'm crazy. Yeah, I know. Gets worse in a minute. I mean, I've done black work on 40 count. So that's it. So this one isn't really much to show because this is basically it. But we'll show it anyway because I'm showing everything. So this is it. So as you can see, it's very tiny. There's my strand still. No, just the black work on dark grey. Well, it stands out, so it's not that bad. And my fill, I'll show you why I'm doing it like this. My outlining is all in 310. But this Mrs. Sada silk, I think it's called Pride, is going to be the centres, like the fill-ins. Now this was bought for a different project. And look, I didn't know what I was doing when I was cutting this silk, so I cut it into kind of colours. So I can do some of the fills with this colour and some of the fills with that colour. So this was actually bought though to do Death by Cross Stitch from Long Dog, but I just didn't like how this was looking. So I've actually got a different thing for that. So I this wasn't intentional, me having it cut like this, I just didn't know how to cut it, so these strands are very short. But this is what the fills will be, so I might do like the top or every other, so like this one could be this side, this one could be that side, and vice versa, or however, I don't know, I haven't got that far. So that's that. But yeah, this is Pride. I don't think Mrs. Sadus does this colourway anymore. I'm not 100% sure. And this one was also another one of those ones where you have to be careful if you have like asthma or something, because this one also comes with a very fragrant smell. It obviously doesn't have it anymore because it's been 4 years. But this one was another one of those, it kind of chokes you a bit. So maybe we'll do a black work month where I do all my black works, because I have, I think, a few more. Well, I definitely know I have a few more, but I don't know how many more is what I should be saying. Sorry for the crinkly. But there's no need to show you the back because it's black work is basically the same, just with knots and stuff, because my biggest problem with black work is I don't know how to start and how to end it. I've tried watching videos and I just don't know. So that's why I haven't done as much. And you're going to see about this much progress on the next black work sow I have as well. Sorry, crinkly. Oh, that bag's not going to go up. Just sit over there and think about what you've done. So next, back to Notion. Oh, this one. I need to not stretch so much. Ow. Okay, so this is another one of those Serenadia Discord challenges. In 2021, it was a challenge to stitch all the well, it wasn't all of them. You had to stitch one of them. Is that the right way round? I don't know. The dream catchers, the dragon dream catchers from Patterns by SA Stitch. She had a spring, a summer, an autumn, and a winter, I think. And I did the snow one. This is, I started this on January 22nd, 2021. This stitch count is 76 stitches wide by 143 stitches tall. I'm stitching this 1/1 on 28 count green swirls. This is the name I give. I give all my coffee craft fabrics a name. So this is green swirls, even weave. This is my first ever stitching 1/1 on even weave, and everyone was like, "You're crazy." And I was like, "Oh, I really like it." It's very hard to see though, because I think this fabric wasn't big enough to fit it. Stitching 1/2 or 2/2. But now I look at it, I probably could have. So we'll see what I do with this. I could restart this and make it bigger. Do I have a tiny... We'll have a close-up picture. Because again, 1/1 on 28 count. Oh, I guess I have it upside down. Thank you, picture, for telling me, because I couldn't tell. But this was also a bit of fabric I got from Megan back when she first started her business, and it was a mystery grab bag, so it had all different types of fabrics. But I specifically picked all the even weave. So this is all... Oh, I think I've got a bit more done than what's here. It's hard to tell, but I might. Oh no, I definitely do actually. There's no hard to tell, it's definite. So this is where we were. And this is what I have. It's a little hard to see because the lighter colours do blend in with the green a bit, which is my bad. But we do have, I think these are little blueberries. But it's about, I have about that much done compared to that much. So I have all this bit here done. I have this. I wish I had a picture to show you what it looked like, but I didn't. So you'll have to just look it up if you want, because she is back. Because if you remember, around 2020, 2021 was when the Ukrainian-Russian war started, and a bunch of designers were just wiped off of Etsy before they reinstated all the Ukrainian ones, and all the Russian ones have come back in a different way. So this one is back on there, so you can get this one, you can get the others, because she does have other ones on her store. But that's this one. Let's show you the back. It's very tiny. Very teeny tiny. Teeny tiny, see? Very small. There's not much to really show on this, so that's it. I think I worked on this for a couple of days, and then that was it. So we have a couple more starts in 2021, and you're going to see why very quickly. Well, I'm not going to say, you're going to see why. You're going to see a big jump, I should say. But there's all the threads for it, so I should just finish it. Everyone else who did this, I think Seren turned hers into a giant quilt where she had all the 4 seasons, and it just looked beautiful. I wish I had a picture so I could show you, or you should go check out Serenada yourself. Right. Next we have the 2021 Black Work Sale. Ta-da. So I might do this one and then might have a quick break because I need to use the bathroom. Because, yes. So this one is another... Oh, this is 32 count. I thought this was 28. This is even smaller than I remembered. Oh, wow. I actually have quite a bit of this done. I forgot. Okay. So this one was started January 25th, 2021. This was another one of those free Blackwork sales from Peppermint Purple. Again, from a Facebook group. But these are also available to the public to buy. So if you go to Peppermint Purple's website, you can buy these. So it's not as bad. This was stitched 1/2, on 32 count, white even weave from Zweige. I thought it was a 28. Things you learn. This is 174 stitches wide by 174 stitches tall. Is there a picture? There is. Oh, this is actually an older picture. Because I have a bit more than this done. I'm trying to work out which way is the top for you guys. I think it's that way because it is different at the top to the bottom. But I nearly have this border done. Not from this picture. Ignore that. But this is where we are with it now. Look at that. We nearly have... This is just the inner border. There is a border that goes around here. And I recharted this to fit my colour scheme, which I'll show you in a second. So this is nearly done. I've got... I'm using... Actually, I can show you the colour scheme now. So I'm using 336 for the outline. And then I'm using, and I hope I bought enough because I only bought 1 skein of each. These are Threadworks, and they're very similar in colour. Like, very similar in colour. Like, look at that. I think they're literally a number apart. So we have Threadworks 1138, and that's going to be, I think one of these is going to be this inner part, and the other one, which is 1139, I think it's called, one of these is called Mosaic. I know that much, and I can't remember what the other one's called. Sorry. But we have Mosaic, or this is Mosaic, which one? But one's going to be the inner, and this one is going to be the outer border. Because they are the same, but it's a different colorway. So one's like a darker, more saturated, and the other one's more of a neutral. It's hard to show it on the camera, but like, you can kind of see the purple here, and then the purple here, and even the blues. So that's where I liked them. But these are my first Threadworks, and I think these are 20 yards, whereas an normal DM ski is 8 meters. Or 8.7 yards. So I think I picked up the bigger ones. So we'll see if these work. There's no point in me showing you the back because it basically looks like this, just with bits of knots. But yeah, I'm well chuffed because I thought I had less than that done. And I remember working on it. Because I also made it so on my version, because I have to work off the PDF, because it's black work, and it's all just basically back stitching. You can't use it in Pattern Keeper or anything because those programs don't read back stitching. So I made it so my wind stitch version had gridded dashed lines, I should say. And this is kind of perfect timing because my ad break is coming up shortly, so I can take a bathroom break during the ad break. So that's my colours. So yeah, I just need to work out when I could do a black work month or something, I don't know. You've got to remember, I've got all these whips and then I've got over 100 diamond paintings. So, oh, there's a bit of red. Oh, that's a bit of red thread because my thread was too short. I remember now. No, that's not how I fold this. How do I fold this? That way. There we go. So there's that one. Right. I'm gonna love you and leave you guys whilst I take my short break, whilst I go use the bathroom. I will give you some music. You will have music. I promise. Because my Be Right Back screen has music. So I will be back. Right, I'm back. Let's get back to this because it's 6:30 nearly and I've still got loads to go. So next, we are nearly done with 2021. We have 2 WIPs left. So that's a plus. So I took a big break in 2021 stitching. Let's go back to the Notion. And this is Cat by Luna Fox Stitch. This is stitched. I started this on February 17th, 2021. This is 91 stitches wide by 97 stitches tall. And this is stitched on a 32 count apple green even weave from Zweigart. And this is another one of those where I started in the middle of the fabric and this is a massive piece of fabric. But do we have a picture? We do. Here is a picture. And this doesn't really show how green this fabric is. This is a nice green. So this is this. I have the threads underneath, so it's making it a bit bulky. So that's about where I am now as well. And it's kind of funny because this reminds you of 2 things. It reminds you of our cat Molly, who you saw earlier. And it also reminds me of that wheezing cat emote. If you know the one I'm on about. So this is it. I've just folded this up because look at this. That's basically how big it's going to be. It's a bit extra and I started here. I could have started up here. Because especially with how small this is and how bulky it is. So there's a possibility this might be another one of those ones where I restart it up in the corner. We shall see. Because I haven't got that much. Do we have... We don't have how many stitches. But that's that. Let's show you the back. There's the back. Not much to show. Just kind of looking the same. I'm going to try and speed through these a little bit quicker. Because, like I said, it's nearly 6:30. And I haven't had anything to eat since about 2 o'clock. So... But don't worry, I will be having something to eat soon. Before I get all the you need to go eat. I will. Oh my god, the zip. This one's a bit crinkled, so the zip's a bit stiff. There we go. Let's put my phone back over there. So, next up we have Hello Pumpkin. I literally just saw that. Did I bury it or am I dumb? Oh no. I did bury it. I am dumb. So this one was started. Now notice how the last start was February 2021. This one's September 8th, 2021. Yeah, I stopped stitching for a few months in 2021 for reasons I will not get into. If you know, you know, and if you don't, I'm sorry. But this is another one of those ones where I started stitching on a 36 count, 2/2, when it should have been 1/2. So this is another caterpillar. Actually, is this the first caterpillar cross stitch? Yes. I think this is the only caterpillar cross stitch as well. Interesting. I do have a plan to stitch all these series. This is the Hello Pumpkin, which is part of their series. So they had the Hello for the different seasons. So this is the autumnal one. This is 129 stitches wide by 162 stitches tall. This is stitched on a 36 count bee's knees linen from Seraphim Fabrics. There is no picture because that's the one, if you remember at the start of the stream, I was like, I was supposed to have taken a picture of and uploaded it. I did take a picture, I didn't upload it. So we're just going to jump in and look at it. Ta-da! There it is. This is the one I tried to use to colour balance this screen. well, this picture, because this is a very orangey fabric. And it's looking a bit more golden, but it's more orange. It's more autumnal, which is why I picked it. But this is 2/2 when I should be stitching it 1/2. So what I might do is when I finish, I think this is an apple. When I finish this apple with this 2 strand, I might go to 1 strand. You probably will be able to tell. But 2/2 on 36 is a nightmare. And I don't think this has any back stitching. I can't remember. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. The fox looks nice and plump. And the owl looks nice. And they do have a needle minder that goes with this. This is the owl. Let's just show you the back. A little bit of white fluff. Oh no, that is a white stitch. That's not fluff. Haha. But there's the back. So I took a big break in February, came back, and I was using this as a recovery project, which is why there's not much on it, because I'd had my surgery in 2021 in the August. So a lot of these also in the 2020s were started as I was recovering from surgeries, which is why some of them might not have a lot of progress. And then some do because I was just bored out of my mind trying to recover. So there's that one. There's not much to show on that one, unfortunately. This was a sale, but I didn't purchase it as a sale. I purchased it after. I also think at some point I said to my friends, well, my ex-friends I should say really, back then that I wasn't going to start any new projects, and then one of them I think I'm still friends with, but they posted about these and I was like, there goes that no-buy. So guys, if I ever go on a no-buy, something very serious has happened to me. And you should check on me, because you know those memes where it's like, if you've been kidnapped, what's one thing you will say? And it's like, I'm going on a no-buy. That would be your thing. Or, I hate frogs. That would be your cue to be like, Emma's been kidnapped and is being held against her will. Just saying. And then we had no more starts in 2021 until 2022. So we're now in 2022. With another sow from the Frosted Pumpkin. This is the Little Red Riding Hood Parade sow, which I started on January 14th, 2022. This was another one I purchased as a kit, and it's also when I stopped using bobbins. I stopped using what were they called? Floss away bags. I actually started to use floss drops. So this is where the floss drop starts, and it stayed, by the way. I have not gone back. I've got the threads out so you can see them on the floss drops. But this is another kit from the Home Makery for the Frosted Pumpkin. This was started January 14th, 2022. This has 1,000 in this part, I should say. The stitch count is only for the first part. It has 1,955 stitches. This is 197 stitches wide by 84 stitches tall. This is stitched on a piece of 28 count spice linen from Picture This Plus. We do have a picture, and I do have a bit more progress. So this is a finished sow. Do you know what? I look at this and I look at what I've stitched, and you'll see, I think I was watching Supernatural when I was doing this. And I think this is another one where the stitches have yellowed over time, because they don't look like that anymore. Especially compared to the stitches next to it. So let's just roll on over. So here it is, that's all I have. And here's my floss drops. Now these are proper, I think these are bee's knees floss drops, so they're plastic, which is why I have these labels. These are proper plastic. And I tried to make my own with my silhouette machine, and I also have the called for Classic Colourworks. But that's it, part 1 was the house. I didn't finish part 1, because there was a bit more. But I have trees. See? Trees. And this is another one like Midnight Way, where you'd have the 3 things, and then it'd be, these are like floats on a parade, which is why it's called a parade. But then down here it would say Little Red Riding Hood Parade, I think. and then you have the house, and then you'd have the other parts, which I don't want to spoil in case you want to come along with the ride with this. Yeah, but look, you can see, I don't know if you can see it, but I can see it. If I grab this and I bring it up, you can see that this is white and this is off-white, and it was supposed to be this colour, I think, because there's only one, unless the house was stitched with 712 and it's blanc for the white. I could be mistaken, and it just looks whiter in the picture because I haven't put the bright white down. It could be that I'm just misremembering. Oh, the back. So there's the back. A nice little house. What's funny is, the next one I'm not going to show you the actual WIP because it's a birth sampler and I don't want to dox my friend. You can see the picture because I've cropped out the name. Yeah, so a lot of these WIPs, so I'll just grab that one out and then I'll put it to the side. I was supposed to have covered the name so you didn't see it, but it didn't, so I can't show it. But this is the, if you remember Hell Baby, if you're around Lumi's Discord around Hell Baby time, actually I streamed Hell Baby. It wasn't called Hell Baby, it was actually called Hello Baby Jungle Sampler, but I posted a WIP of it once. I only had Hell and Baby. It said hello, and one of Lumi's mods for a C said Hell Baby, so that's what I dubbed it. So I'll grab it to show you. You can see that corner, that's all you're allowed to see, I'm so sorry. So enjoy, this is a 28 count. So Elephant Birth Sampler by Stitch Rovia. This was started on January 28th, 2022. And it's still not done. This was meant to be for his birthday that year. Still not done. This has 7,362,000 stitches. No, 7,362 stitches, not, ignore me. Even the subtitle thought I said 7 million then. This is 99 stitches wide by 122 stitches tall. This is on a piece of 28 count white even weave from Drygar. Excuse me, I need to clear my throat. Right, so sorry. I had a thing in my throat, I could feel it. This and Hell Baby was stitched on the same piece of fabric as I ordered. You can see the label here. This was actually a massive piece of fabric and I just cut it in half. Because when I ordered this from Peakside, I assumed that it would come as two separate pieces, but it came as one big, so I had to cut it down the middle myself. So this is the only picture you're going to get, I'm sorry. We're not going to see this in real life, because there's a name. So there is a mistake on this, and I didn't notice. This was on my WIP Go board for 2022, and I've reached 50%, which I'm really happy about. The mistake is this block. It was supposed to be a light grey in here. Like, this dark grey was not supposed to be that. It was supposed to be a different grey, and I messed up. So I need to unpick that. But that was the first one I did, and then I drew the yellow. The one thing that bugs me about this piece is these two yellow ones next to each other. It should have been a blue, then another yellow, and then the grey, in my opinion. If I could go back, I would have swapped these two. I would have swapped these round myself. Or made it so it goes, or just swap these two, because it's all blue down this side. But I loved this one. I saw the elephants, and I was like, I have to. I did see people modify it so the elephants were different colours, and I was going to do that, but I was like, I need to get this done. Have I got this done? No, it's in my WIP Parade. So, I'm going to put that one to the side. So that's that one. And then we have this one. my nemesis. I love it. It's the fabric. I knew you'd love the elephant on it, Lumi. I wish I could just stitch the elephants to show and send just the elephants to you. Maybe I could color code. Oh, ideas. Secret. So this is Quilted Pond artwork by Flossie Fox Shop. I think this is the first Flossie Fox Shop on this list. This was started in, so you know it's June 22nd, 2022. I was WIP going so hard at this point. And this, I think this was on my WIP Go 2, I think. And this duck, you're going to see the duck in a minute, is cursed. My webcam, my last Logitech webcam, died on the duck. But this one's really nice. Flossie Fox Shop has a cat one in this quilted style that I would love as well. But I had to do frog. Duh. So this one is 10,941 stitches total. This is 180 stitches wide by 135 stitches tall. This is on a 28 count Shimmering Seas opalescent linen from Pole Stitches. Now, me and pole stitch fabrics have problems. Not in real life. We don't know each other. I don't mean like that. I just mean I have beef with fabric. And you'll see why. Let me show you a picture. This is a pretty accurate picture. So that's about where I have. I've done the frog. I've done the duck, the cursed duck, a lily pad, and a dragonfly, and some of the quilted edges. Now, Flossie Fox Shop did email me a little while after I got this pattern to say there was a mistake in one of these, and I looked high and low. Not in one of these ones I've stitched, but in one of these borders. I have looked high and low. I cannot find it. So I'm just going to keep plodding along with this version. If there is a mistake and I get to it, I will find it. But I looked and I couldn't find it. So, but this is a beautiful fabric. It's also another one of those Emma started in the middle of the fabric. Let's just show you why we have beef. So this is the fabric. Okay, maybe we don't. Maybe the curse lives on. Okay. This is a new webcam, by the way. Okay, I wasn't expecting that to happen live on stream. Okay, we don't show this fabric. You just deal with the picture. Here, we'll put the picture back. Here you go. I think it's because it's this opalescent, it's trying to focus. But my issue with Pole Stitch's fabric, I'll just hold the fabric like you can see, is she doesn't serge her fabric. So it frays like nobody's business. And it really bugs me because I hate when my fabric frays. And when it's hand dyed, love all of your work. I've cross stitched too, but I find I can't do linens or Ada cloth that is 14 count or higher. Yeah, I understand, and thank you. See, I'm the opposite. I don't like Ada as much anymore. And linens, it's just getting used to, like, with this picture, because I can't show this project because my camera just nearly died again. It's all just stitching over the slubs. Some people will tell you to stitch through them. I stitch over, like, you can see there's one right there. And I would stitch, if I had something to stitch there, I would just stitch over it. I wouldn't try and poke my way through. But everyone's different. Like, you have your preference. I have my preference. That's how it works. We're going to put the cursed project away. Maybe my webcam wasn't broken. It was just this project. We're learning out. We're finding it out, guys. I have a tower on my bed now, so I don't know where I'm sleeping tonight if I don't get this done. Supernatural sound. Right, this one I have to go grab. Give me 1 minute. So I just grabbed this and there was a needle on this project and now there isn't. And I don't know whether the needle was on there when it was in the box I just grabbed it from. I'm looking to make sure and it's not in where it normally would be. So it's probably still in the box. This is fine. It's not in the ground guard, it's not in the rolled up bit of fabric. It's not in the bit of t-shirt I have cut up, but it's fine, we'll find it. So on to the next one. This is the Supernatural Sow, Another Stitch Along by the Witchy Stitcher. I started this July 6th, 2022. I think I started this on stream. Because I took a break from streaming in 2021, I came back in 2022, took another break and came back in 24. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you a heart attack. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Oh no. So this one does, oh it doesn't have it, I can't show you the cover picture, but you can kind of see the picture up here. But I started July 6th. This has 18,858 total stitches. I don't have what percentage I'm at. Don't know why. This is 197 stitches wide by 242 stitches tall. I am not taking this out of the frame because I've only stitched the top half. The border is the border. It doesn't matter. I'm stitching this on a 40 count linen called Latte from Fibre on a Whim, and I actually recently purchased another piece of this fabric to do the cryptids. I do have a picture, but it just shows you where I was up to. So I just started the angel. So we have all those ones at the top. So let's just show, oops, I keep doing that. See, look, there's a needle, no needle on it anymore. See, no needle, it's gone. I'm hoping it's in there. I think it's caught on another project. I'm hoping it is. So this is what we have done. So I did all the Supernatural. I think I stitched most. I think I was working on the border on stream. The reason why I'm not showing is because it's just this all the way down. You don't need to see. So we have the siren done, the werewolf, the zombie, the djinn, and the start of the angel. It's nearly done. I last worked on this in October 2023. I can check my tracker. I could just search, but I can't be bothered. I'm just gonna wear out my scroll wheel. I'm not gonna change that. I think I worked on the first. No? Was it the first? No, it couldn't have been because I was sat at this desk here. Hang on, we're gonna control F. Supernatural. Oh, I've got caps lock on. When did that get turned on? The 1st of October 2023, which is what I said. But it wasn't showing up on there. Rude. Maybe I was looking in the wrong year. Anyway, so I did all that. And I do love, this is one strand over 2 on 40 count. I love how 40 count looks. And then if I show you the back, still no needle. But there's my, she's very sad. But you can see where I just where I just like, yeah, I'm just going to stitch all this because some people don't like to do that because you can see it on the front. But I'm working on a neutrally dark fabric, so you're not going to see it. And it's staying in this frame because this is a proper Q-snap. And it keeps it nice and taut. So, and I want to finish this. So I just got to do the ones that are here. And then I can move it down and stitch the ones that are down here. And then it'll be done. And it's very wonky. You can see, like, look at that. It's on a lean. It's got more lean than the Leaning Tower. So that's that one. I'm going to put this one back. I will be back in like 2 seconds. Don't freak out, please. We'll leave you with looking at the supernatural picture. There you go. Right, I'm back. The next project is another Lumi project. This is it, still got its needle minder on it. Oh, that's very loud, sorry. This is the Soul Cell, or the Stitch of Light cell. This is a Final Fantasy XIV stitch along that Lumi did in 2022 that I started knowing nothing about Final Fantasy. I now play Final Fantasy, so I understand a bit more now. So, this was another panicky one because I knew the margins. Is that a program that you have to track your WIPs? If yes, what is it? As I think I would like to use it. This is Notion. I use Notion. This is also a template by, I cannot remember her name. 1 second. The Stitchery Notion template by Stitchy Natty. So I can just send a link to the template. Notion is free, but this tracker is a paid tracker, but it's not that much, and it just makes it easier to set all this up, in my opinion. And they do have ones for stitch alongs, which I might have to get because I need to keep track of all them. But yeah, so this is Notion, and it's an app, so you can get it on your computer, your tablet, so you can use it wherever. I just choose to use Google Spreads to keep track of my stuff. I was using this, but I always have Google open, so it's easier for me. I keep it in this to help. So I started this August 10th, 2022. Yes, wavy little. We know so much now. We are still sprouts. But we know a bit more now. Well, you know a bit more than me because you're further ahead. Maybe tomorrow I will play. We'll see. We'll see how I feel after I finish this. So this is started August 10th. This is 199 wide by 196 tall. I'm stitching this on a 36 count blue swirl even weave. No, this is another linen. God damn me and my... This is an even weave. I think this is a linen. It has a bit of a slub. It could be an even weave. I don't know. We're going to go with an even weave. By Coffee Craft Fabrics. There's a picture. This is where I was. I did do a panic stitch of the next. You can see the next soulstone. Or jobstone. Not soulstone. Jobstone. Get it right. I still haven't finished this one, by the way, or this one. I did outlines to get to the next one because I needed to make sure that it fit, because I have a bit more margin on one side than the other, which you'll see in a minute. So this was the panic stitch. I also started stitching this 2/2 on 36, and then the second. So this one was stitched 2/2, but this one and the rest was stitched 1/2. Because we live and we learn. 36 count is a 1/2 only. So here it is. Now can you see why I panicked? That's my margin on this side, and that's my margin on the other side. I knew it was going to be a bit tight, but I didn't start this dead in the centre, otherwise I would have had a bit of an even margin. Don't ask me to name all these because I don't know them all. I know that's Gunbreaker, I know that one's Dancer, that's Bard. I think that one's a White Mage. And that's it. And then mine's over here, the ninja's here. Which I don't have. But now I understand this. Like, I understand Crystal Mummy. I don't understand this yet because this is an expansion. Because when Lumi released this, she gave us different expansions we could stitch, and I just picked this one because purple and blue. And I do have a plan to stitch all the other centres. So what I might do is when I finish A Realm Reborn, I might stitch the first centre on a separate piece of fabric. And then as I go through, I'll even restitch this one. But I loved this one. I have misplaced my colours, like the rest of the colours for this. I'm just trying to give you a closer up. All I have are the colours for the one stone. Oops, sorry, that was loud. Sorry, that was my metal ring. For I think this one and this one. I have them. They're just somewhere else. But yeah. I need to find the rest of my colours so I can stitch my ninja and stuff. Because that's how close I am to being done. And then I have to do the outer centre pits. And then this would be done. And it's a very small soul cell. And then I'll know what all this means. But yeah, there's my very small soul cell. One day this will get finished. I think once I realised how short of a margin, I was thinking about restarting this, but I can't now. Not now. Now I know about this. I'm just going to keep it like this. And then the twins can be sent the fiery pits of hell. Oh god, that pile was leaning. Okay, so next up is the Dark Queen of the Earth. Like I said, this is another Pulse Stitches fabric. So this is a restart. I can show you the restarting fabric, which is still in its bag, which is why you can hear lots of crinkles. And you'll see why I want to restart. Oh, I might not be able to show you this for very long. Because this is another opalescent. So I might show you this one quickly and then it's off the camera it goes. So I technically started this on September 6th, 2022. I made it through most of part 1, but I needed the specialty thread, which is a it called for, well actually you could stitch it without it, but it called for a petite silk lame braid or a lame. Oh, thanks, Seri. And I have the specialty threads. I don't have the beads for this one yet, but I'm not that far in, so I don't need them yet anyway. So this is 183 stitches wide by 261 stitches tall. This is another Autumn Lane Stitchery Sow. No picture. This was another one that needed a picture. It doesn't matter. We're going to very quickly flash it just in case it freaks out. So I'm not going to move, but that's all I have. Because it's an opalescent, I'm worried. But this is another pole stitch. Oh, no, it's actually okay, but I'm not going to chance it. But that's all I have on her. But this is don't have the fabric because I'm going to restart it. So I think this is the 28 count, and I can't remember what this one's called anymore. But this is the fabric I'm going to restart her on. A 32 count even weave. That's this nice autumnal kind of green. It's very crinkly, I'm sorry. But that's what I'm going to use instead. So just ignore this start. She's going to get a restart. Because it's Pulse Stitches fabric. And look at how thick that is when I fold it. And it's doing that again. Be right back showering. Enjoy your shower. I'll probably still be here. Forever. And these are the called for specialty threads. So it uses some Kryneck and some petite treasure braid. So yeah, restarting that. I'll find another use for that green fabric that's not this. Don't do it up all the way because the zip's busted. Oh god, that pile. Okay. Next up we have Halloween Reef Cell, another embarrassing one. By again the Frosted Pumpkin, another kit from the Homemakery. So I've got all the called for threads and the called for fabric, and it even came with a needle minder, but I don't have the needle minder. It's on me. I don't know. It's probably on another project. It's definitely on another project. Because if it wasn't, it'd be on my trolley, and it's not, because it'd be next to me. Oh, my, when I grab when I show you this one on camera, I can show you the needle minder that came with, Little Red Riding Hood Parade. That one did come with a needle minder. So this is, I started this on October 3rd, 2022. This is 168 stitches wide by 168 stitches tall. This is on a 28 count cashel pewter linen from Picture This Plus. This is where I'm at. This is all I have. I have the house done, and I have the bow done, and I have the 2 bats. And there's the needle minder that it comes with. And I'm stitching this 2/2 on 28 count, so it's like 14 count. So let's show you this. So this is the needle minder that came with the Red Riding Hood one. It's Granny Pumpkin with the pumpkin with here's a basket. Okay, put it back. So that's all I have done, and I'm hoping that's centered enough because this one's going to be a wreath, so it's going to come around like that. And there's frogs and stuff in it, hence the anti-frog potion. And I have all the colours here. And then the back. I know I've been showing you the back on the last few, but... And you can see where I had it in a nudge, and nudges aren't the great for linens. I'm noticing they're better for even weaves, except for ones like this, where it's rough. If it's a soft linen, it works. Don't know why. But that's the back. That's the front. Not much really to show again, and I wish it was serged. I do have a sewing machine, but I'm scared because I don't know how to use it properly, that if I serged it myself, because you can do a kind of fake serging with this, and my camera's twisted. Again, I must have knocked it. Sorry. Alright, back to Notion. Or the abysmal start. I'm running out of room. Oh, we missed one off. I don't have it written down. This was also a 2020 start. We'll just show this quickly. This is a ink circles piece called Thread Eye. It's one of their mandala, however you want to say it, pieces. And remember when I was saying about how I was in a Discord where we could choose our different, where they would do challenges? Well, this was one of them, to stitch a design that had a repeating element but changed the colours. So this is I think this is the threads for it in there. But that's what I had done. So this is I think a 32 or a 28 count linen. And it's like a off-white, like a grey off-white. That's all I have done. And I don't have it because I didn't have the stats for it. So that's that one out the way. Just to show you, because it was still in the bag, and if I don't, I'll forget. And it just sits in... Some of my projects are in little bags, and some of them are in folders. I think you can tell the year I started something by if it's in one of these or not. Right, back to this, sorry. So, this was started on January 7th, 2023. This is the Natural World Mystery Cell by Pixel Pixie Stitch. This is 208 stitches wide by 272 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 32 count vintage grey even weave from Zweigart. I'm using DMC 4025 to stitch this with because it's a single colour, and this is all I have. Oh, you can't see, back to Notion. This is all I have. This is very embarrassing. This was a start, and then I did that much. So I did the outline for part 1, so I'm just going to fold the fabric in half because we don't need to see the whole thing. It's also, this fabric's also one of those ones where it's printed. As you can see, like, it's printed here, but up here it's plain. And I do really love this colour combo, the grey with this blue. I love it so much. I used it for my long dog sampler that we're going to get to soon. Ish. So that's it. That's it. But 4025 is a variegated DMC. It's a very pretty blue, in my opinion. I used this, I think it was in Autumn Squirrel by Barbara Anna Designs, and that's when I fell in love with it. I could be wrong, it could be a different one, because I did stitch a ton of Barbara Anna's in 2022 and 2023. I don't have time to do a finishing parade today, so we'll have to do with that. So we're going to get through this as quickly as possible. About 7:30ish, I'm going to have another break to have something to eat. So you guys are getting a very long stream from me today. So on to the next one. Bring back the Notion. We have the Farming Magic Sow. That's not you. It's me. I want to say. I have to just check quick because I have 2 Flossy Fox shops. Yes, this one. Okay. This is another embarrassing start where I started a sow. And for reasons, I don't know what reasons are, which is why I'm saying for reasons, I didn't finish it. This is my first Flossy Fox shop sow. So, this was started on January 8th, 2023. It's 15,908 stitches total. I'm stitching this on a 32 count pink grey even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. I don't have a percentage, but this picture is accurate. This is where I am. That's it. This is a 12-month sow with 12 different parts, and that's it. That's not even the end of the first part, I don't think. Because I think there's a heart that's supposed to be here. I can't remember if that's how it's supposed to be, if there's more to it and it's a different colour. Because I think I was colour completing in the sections, because it's very Flossy Fox shop patterns are very like confetti light, because like you'll see there's 2 stitches of that colour, and then it's a little tricky to work out how to do it, but here it is. So this is the whole fabric. There's my very small start, which is why I've got it folded. That's it. Nope, down a bit. There we go. That's it. That's all I've done. And then at the back to show you the back. You can see why, like what I mean, because I carry my thread. And I think it might have been the needle I was using, because I was using my John James needles. But I think with my pony needles, this might be a bit easier to do, because I didn't buy any of those until more recent. So that's all I've got on this. A very poor start, and all my sows from this year, like from that year, are poor starts. Well, most of them. One of them is up there, but we'll get to it when we get to it. So you can always tell when I join too many sows, because the first month is me starting them all, and then I drop off. So that's this one. Back to Notion. The next is Reaching Skyward. This one does not have a picture. It's another cell that does. Okay. So this is by Modern Folk Embroidery. I started this January 10th, 2023. This has 47,000 789 stitches. I'm using the 2 colors because it's kind of monochrome, but it's a 2 color monochrome. And I'm stitching this on a 46 count. I've put blue grey swirls, but you'll see, it's a nice color. It's like a coffee. Not that I drink coffee, but I mean, like, when you see it, you'll see what I mean. But this is another Coffee Craft Fabrics. This is a linen. I'm using DMC 376A and 926. And this is my progress. That's it. That is literally what I have here in front of me as well. Yeah. No, don't keep zooming in. I keep doing that. So just to show you, this is it. So this is the fabric. So it's this long. There's the bottom. And if I roll it up, well, you see what I mean when I say it's like a coffee? It looks like a latte. I don't know. But I do love this fabric. And whatever Megan does to her fabrics, they're not rough. Like, the linens are soft. They're not aggressive. But these are the 2 colours I was using in my Barbara Anna light for the, if you've seen that, it's a free pattern as well, the light is. From Barbara Anna Design. She has quite a few free patterns. It has these 2 colours and they're like the leaves and the stems for the berries around the fox. So I loved them so much I stitched them on this, but they're looking a bit different to how they looked on that piece. But this is what they look like on the skein. Like, I have a bunch of the thread. So there's a 3768. I have them on the Pip and Chip floss chips that I got. So that's how they look in real life. And look at how this was basically what I had left after doing the sow. So these ones are fresh ones I've not touched. Not sow, sorry, after I finished light. So I've not touched these, and I bought 5 skeins of each just in case. I probably don't need that many because I'm 46 count. But yeah, so that's that. I wish I had a picture of what this would look like when it's finished so you could actually see. But you can Google Modern Folk Embroidery. He has it on his site still. So that's that one. And then we have the Star Woman sow from Barbara Anna. This is my first sow from Barbara Anna, I think. This one had 2 different names. When it was a sow, it was Star Bringer. And then when it was released after the sow was done, it was changed to Star Woman. Or the other way around. I can't remember. But this one I started on February 24th, 2023. This has 7,069 stitches. I think that's for the whole thing. I can't remember. It's 75 stitches wide by 124 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 32 count pearl grey even weave from Zweigart. And I do have a picture, but I think if the picture is just going to be what I've got, I'm just not going to bother showing you the picture. I mean, you can see it there. But this is all I have. So this isn't even all of part 1. I think part 1 still had a bit more to go. But this is... And Barbara Anna doesn't like to use 310. She uses 3371, which is a really dark brown, as her black. So there's this. And some of these are half stitches, but I've done it in a way so they match my top leg of my thread, of my stitch, sorry. So you can't really tell that they're half stitches. I think normally your half stitches are supposed to be like proper tent stitch is supposed to be that way. But I've just done it with the top leg. Because if I was to hold this up, you wouldn't be able to tell that that's half stitches and this is full stitch. You'd think that this was a full. But this was another one of those ones that I put on my Sow WIP Go board in 2023. And my aim was to finish a part in each. No, it was 2024 that I put it on there, but it was to make a goal, like to reach a percentage. That was all my goal was to reach, not percentage, to finish a part. I got really far with that. So we had that, and then we have, oh sorry, that was probably really loud, I'm sorry. I'm running out of room. Then we have another sow, and this is another Lumi sow. But this was kind of a small sow that we did in March. Or it might have been April. I can't remember when it... No, it must have been March because I started it along with everyone else. Anyway. This is the normal sow. You can kind of see at the top a bit of my progress. I do enjoy this one. I think Lumi finished hers. Oh, I just tipped my threads out. Well done. Because I went to move the bag. Yeah, I think Lumi finished her one and I'm just lagging behind. Like with every cell I do. So started this on March 3rd, 2023. This has a total of 4,797 stitches. It is 94 stitches wide, which is there to there, because that's the width. I've done all that. By 77 stitches tall, which is there to there. I'm doing this like you can see, by the way. I just realised I don't have it up so you can see. I'll show you again when I show. I'm stitching also 32 count pink even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. And I'm not going to show you the picture because it's what I've got in front of me. So here we are. And you can see my mic in the camera. Let me try and move it because one of the cats keeps moving things. So sometimes I keep the label from Megan on so I know all the details, but others I've taken them off. But that's all I've done. That's as big as it is. Again, another case of Emma, you could have put this over there. But there's enough fabric so I can just cut round and have this part to stitch on and that part. So it's not going to be that bad. But yeah, I've done all the outline of the numerals. We have the Squirtle Squad numeral. Well, he's wearing the glasses. And I started working on the cauldron. And this one also is one of those ones that has 3/4 stitches. So it's another one of those ones you need to do on an even weave because we don't do on Ada. But there's can't remember what it's supposed to say. I think bitch is in it. But I can't remember. But there's that, and then the back, just to show you the back. There's the back. Not really much different than the front again. But some people like to see the backs of people's works, so I'll just show it just because I can. So now I'll just fold this back up. We're getting there, guys. We're at 2023, so we've only got a year and a bit to go because we're in 2025. So, sorry. Next up, we have Song of the Nightingale. By Modern Folk Embroidery. I started this on March 17th, 2023, and sorry the birds are going off on one. I'm using my own colour conversion because this did come with the Roxy Floss Co. threads, but I didn't buy them because at the time they were a bit out of my price range. So I don't have them. So I'm using my own DMC, which is kind of close to the actual colours. So this has a total of 24,007 stitches. Oh, welcome back, Gloomy. You missed numerals. I just showed numerals off. Oh. Molly, you trying to come through again? Keep walking, please. You're not sitting on the project. Come on. Come on. You're not sitting on the mat again. This is the problem. Molly, she's moving my mouse. Do you mind? I was after my mouse. There was no need for biting. Off. Come on, off. Don't knock my drink over, Jesus Christ, cat. Get over there. Oh, cat. No, go away. I've got cat slop all over my hand now. She didn't actually chomp chomp. It's gonna look like she did, but she didn't. Oh, ads just started. Thanks. Right, for Lumi, we'll just go back over Numos. Look, here you go, Lumi. Whilst there's ads, we'll show you. That's basically all I have done, so you're not missing out. But there's Numos. Just for you, Lumi. Yeah. Didn't it say, oh, it said bobbin for bitches. That's what it said. Because I couldn't remember. I was literally just saying I couldn't remember. And it's just come to me. It was bobbin for bitches. I got it. I got it. I'm smart. Ha 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 ha. Molly, you can't come back over. There is no room. Oh my god, this cat. This cat. Don't go for me. I was not going to come over here at all. She's being so rude to me. That's it. She's going to have to get off because I can't have her up here. She's going to go for me when I've got fabric out. If she puts a hole in one of these, I'm going to cry. Right, sorry. She's now laying on the other mat. She just knocked Dabbin off the desk. Don't worry, I picked him up. He lives on. But he was fallen. She just gets a bit feisty when I've got a new mat because of the smell, I think. Because she's not normally like this. But yes, soak it in. We have 40-ish seconds left of ads, so soak in the bobbin for bitches. Oh, there goes a project. This is also bad timing because I'm going to have food soon. So we're going to speed through this on when we come back. So we'll get this one back up. Right. And the ads are done. Whilst we had ads, I was showing Lumi Nimals out. I remember what the cauldron said, guys. It said bobbin for bitches. I remember saying I couldn't remember. I remembered. So this has 24,007 stitches. This is 285 stitches wide by 149 stitches tall. I am stitching this on a 36 count icy blue. I put blue to it, but it's like an icy blue linen from Coffee Craft Fabrics. And this does have a percentage, 7.1%. I have stitched 1,698 total stitches on this piece, which makes sense. So let's just show you where we're at. So this is the fabric. This is the middle. This isn't the whole thing. There are two other things that sit here, but it's a rectangle piece. It's a rectangle with a diamond in the middle, and then it's got two things here. So this is a nice linen, and look, I'm stitching it 1/2. I learnt finally not 2/2, one strand over two. And I did say earlier I'm using my own DMC conversion because this does typically come with, like, when you buy it, it gives you the Roxy Flosstube colours. Because a lot of Jacob or Modern Folk embroidery stuff is done through Roxy Flosstube and Evertote, who are the distributor, who are in Canada. So for this, if you want to know, just in case you want to do the same thing because you don't have the money for Roxy Flosco because it is quite pricey, I'm using 436 for the brown for this. And I have 3 skeins of that. I'm using, look at my 518. I'm using 518. I have 4 of this because I had a bit left over from a bobbin. 518 for the light blue. And then again, 336 pops up for the darker blue. And with DMC, you will notice that the darker colours are thinner. Like, I don't know what it is, but they certainly look thinner. Like, you might not be able to tell on here, but, like, I can definitely tell that these stitches look thinner. Sorry, I need to clear my throat again. My voice is going. Right, sorry. But yeah, you can definitely, like, see up close like I can, but you can't because I can't get the camera to autofocus. I don't like autofocus. These stitches do look thinner than the blue and the brownish colour. But I do love this piece. I just need to work on it more, like I keep saying with everything. So there's that one. And then our next one is another shocking start. I joined, whilst I put this away, I'll explain. I joined Night Spirit Studios Patreon just for this pattern. I'm still in her Patreon because I love her patterns. So, let's go back to Notion. Widow Frog. No, don't click on it. Widow Frog. This is a spoiler. So this is Widow Frog by Night Spirit Studios. Like I said, I started this on March 17th, 2023. This has a total of 5,583 stitches. And is 103 stitches wide by 131 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a... I've put down a purple. I put down a black, but to me this looks more like it might be a purpley black. Like it's a black with a purple undertone is what I should say. A 32 count. And I think I need to unpick this and restart it because I think I can fit both. Because she now has a widow frog, which is the one I'm stitching, and she has a widower frog, which is the male version. So... does this have... I have done 410 total stitches on this, which is 7.3%. I have 5,173 stitches left. And from that spoiler, I haven't got much done. Do you see what I mean when I say it's like a black with purple undertones? Because that's what it is, coming across slightly a bit more purple on camera, but it's not that purple. But that's it. That's all I have. That's her top. And it kind of reminds me of, in Breath of the Wild, the camel. They were called the something beast. But the camel one, the icon, this is what it reminds me of. Whenever I see it. If you know what I mean, if you know what I'm on about, you know. And then just to quickly show you the back. Ta-da. Not much. But yeah, she recently, I say recently, probably last year at some point, released the male widow frog. So I need to stitch that on the same piece of fabric. So I might just take her and turn her this way. So I might rip all this out and then turn my fabric and stitch that way. Because, oh, I'm holding it the wrong way. Because that's a bad start. Now we've already gone over those 2 projects there because they're full coverage, so we can skip a few. So this is why I started with the full coverage first, to get them out of the way. Oh jeez. Okay. the bag's getting emptier, but my bed's getting fuller. So, this is Steampunk Fox by Barbara Anna. I started this on May 24th, 2023. This has a total of 5,929 stitches and is 118 stitches wide by 101 stitches tall. I am stitching this on a piece of 32 count Cloudstone even weave by Fabric Flare. So it's another one of those printed ones, and the reason why I picked it is because it looks kind of grubby, and it's like Steampunk Fox would look kind of grubby, and I'm kind of annoyed because I could have had this done. I don't think, oh, it does have stats. So we said it has 5,929 stitches. I have done 2,577 stitches, which gives us 43.5%. And I remember why I stopped stitching on this, and it wasn't because of the project. I started stitching my mum's present, which was the it was a Quaker bee. So I stitched that, and it took me ages. So I think this picture is what I've got here, so I'm just gonna show you the notion. So this is another one I could have started. But this is basically almost all of it. I think she has feet. But I love my Barbara Anna patterns. I have so many of them that I have to stitch. And she's recently been releasing some of her exclusive with she was releasing kits with, I think it's Nikita Moscow, and she's been releasing them on her Ko-fi as just the PDFs. So I've been buying them, so I have her 4 seasons and things like that. So I need to start those at some point. But yeah, this is all I have done of her. She is almost halfway done. I just need to pick her up again, because I do love my Barbara Annas. I love stitching, and again 3371 instead of 310, and I think this is an off-white. I think she uses 3865 and not B5200 or Blanc or white. She likes off-whites, and I think I just love this fabric because it does just give her this grungy look. And then, oh sorry, I just elbowed you guys, I'm sorry. And then there's her back, the back of my Steampunk Fox, just to show you. And that's that one done. And again, fraying fabric. Story of my life. Back in she goes. And then we have another sow. Sorry. Here we go. Another stitch along from the Frosted Pumpkin. Another kitted one. This is Castle Homecoming Sow by the Frosted Pumpkin Stitchery. I started this in May 25th, 2023. I don't have a stitch count for this. Oh, it still has its needle minder. That's amazing. So this doesn't have a stitch count because this is a sow. So I normally do how many stitches are in the part, but so I've done part 1, I can tell you that, and I've started part 2, and I'll tell you why I gave up with this. This isn't a UFO. This is I gave up as in I put it down for a time. Because, anyway, this is 192 stitches wide by 144 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 32 piece of linen called Valor, or Valor, whatever you want to say it, from Picture This Plus. This picture is a spoiler, so we're not going to look at that. I mean, you can see it up there. It's a wizard. And this is all I have done. So part 1 was, I think, the banner from here to this night. And then part 2 was the wizard and the bridge. And this bridge, it's block stitching, which I don't normally hate, but I think it was, again, the needle, because I was using the needle they give you. I should just use my own needles, because the needles they give you are those big 26, like size 26, and I love a size 28. But yeah, so I have that done. This also uses a variegated thread, which is used in the magic up here. You can't really see that. Hang on. There. So the magic that's coming out of here and by the wizard's hand. And I think there's another one. Some people did change the horse's hair. Instead of it being white, they used the other specialty thread. And I have them here. They're classic colourworks. So it's blacksmith blue and pixie dust. So this is the pink. And people were using, they bought their own to use in the horse. The unicorn, sorry. But it's used up here, the sparkles, and over here, the pixie dust. I haven't used the blacksmith blue yet. I think that's in a later part. But yeah, that's that one. And then after this, we have my birthday start for this year. Well, for that year. Wait, there's a needle on this. Oh my god, guys, I think this might be the needle from that project. I'm just going to stick it on there. Oh my god, we found it! It was on this one, because this one was in there. Oh, I'm so relieved. That was amazing. We found a lost needle. Okay, so, Notion. The pointed fifth. This is one that's on a frame. Because I love this one. So this is my second long dog sampler start. This was started on August 22nd, 2023, which was a day after my birthday. And now I look at it, I think my plans might have changed. Anyway, this has a total stitch count of 67,445 total stitches. It is 353 stitches wide by 352 stitches tall. I am stitching this on a 32 count piece of vintage Stormy Night linen from Zweigart. Linen? No, it's definitely a loom. Ignore me. And I'm using Silks for You PR 052. I have done a total of 6,381 total stitches on this, bringing me to 9.5%. And I still have 61,064 stitches to go. So, I think this picture spoils it. You can kind of see. It looks kind of metallic in that picture, but it's not. So this is it. Oh, it does actually pick up really well on the camera. On me, this blue kind of blends into the background. But I do love this. So this is all I have done. So I have the first two top parts. And this is a big piece of fabric. Like, it's all rolled up. And this is in a 7. No, this can't be a 17. Might be a 17 by 17. I can't remember. It's in a big Q-snap. But regardless. And I have my Frogadiers needle minder that I got from one of Louis Celine's. Every summer she does a camp lotad, and that year we were the Frogadiers. My team was, and our mascot was Pollytoad, and we won. So I got a needle minder of mine anyway. It was also where I got. Hang on, I have him right here. My Poker Fusion Dabbin. Look at him. He's a bit cat hairy now. He's a lot hairier than he was when he left Lumi's, because my cat and then Molly, he's very hairy. But I love him. He sits on top of my PlayStation, so I see him all the time, just dabbing at me. Keshi said that year was rigged. There was no rigging. Do you know what? I'm gonna say it. Keshi has skill issue. Skill issue. You want to play with knives? Haha. Mine's bigger. My projects are on the slide again. But that's my own needle minder. of my emote. Let's show you the back. It's a very nice back. One thing I do wish is I'd stitch this with one strand, maybe 1/1, because mine's still bigger, Keshi. You can use the bigger thing even as much as you like, and mine's still bigger. Ha 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 ha. Still bigger. He's at least 2 inches. Ha. But thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. But yeah, so I have to work on this. The problem we're having with this at the moment is the silk knotted. I went to go use it to turn into a ball to use it on this, and it just went whoop straight into a ball. A knotted mess. So we've been slowly untangling it. So the bottom of that pile with you. So next we have whoop. No, oh, this one actually does. Oh, I hate when it does that. We actually kind of have a preview picture. This is Night Market Magic by Flossie Fox Shop. This was started October 2nd, 2023, as part of our in Lumi's streams. We did a Flossie Fox Shop October, I think it was, where we picked a design from her shop and we all just stitched it, kind of like a community sale. And I picked this one because you can't see it, but there's a frog in one of those corners. And I do love this. I'm about halfway done with this. I got to 50%, and this was supposed to be, we work on this for the whole of October, but I got bored. I'm sorry. It's a me problem. But I omitted some of the stars. Like I don't think I'm gonna do. Oh, what was that? Oh, the zip is fine. Oof. I'm not gonna do all the confetti stars. I've done it in. You're gonna see in a minute. I've done it in some of the things where it needs it, but I don't think I'm gonna do all of the confetti, like 1 star there, 1 star there, because okay, I've done that 1 star there, but I don't think I'm gonna do all of them because that's a lot of confetti. So this has 11,190 total stitches. It's 152 stitches wide by 129 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of 32 count Lightning Storm even weave from its calf Jodrey Designs. This is another Jodrey Designs, and I am 50.4% of the way through with 5,548 total stitches. I stitched on this for a total of 16 days, so about half of the month. I have 5,642 stitches done on this. But I've got 5,548 stitches left. And I can show you this picture because this is an older picture. So this is where I kind of was when I took one of the pictures. I couldn't find the actual picture of this where it's up to date. So you're going to get that one. So like in this you can see I've done some of the confetti stitches in the sky. I've done all the ones in the owl, but I do have the bear done. Whoops, I keep doing that. So this is actually where it is, and I do love this fabric. It's actually perfect for this because it does give a night market kind of vibe, but I love this side. And since this is how wide it is, I might just take this to put something else on. So all I have to do is stitch the other 3 market stalls down here, and I think the frog's here. The frog's in one of these, but I'm pretty sure it's this one here. But we have an owl doing a fortune. We have a cat selling books and toys and stuff. And then we have a bear selling fish. I was going to say a fish selling bears. That is not right. It's a bear selling fish. And they're all just sat there waiting patiently for you to come to their store. Turn it over. There's the back. You can see, look, confetti stitch. That's what I do. And let's go back to here so I can fold this up. And then our next project. This one you get to see a finish because I'm stitching another one on the same piece of fabric. The pile's getting taller. Okay, so we're nearly at the end. I didn't expect this to take as long as it did, to be honest. Okay, so this is Kikimora by the Witchy Stitcher. If I fold it that way, you can't see Baba Yaga, but I can show you Baba Yaga after. Okay, so this is Kikimora. You can kind of see a preview of what she'll look like. So I started this on October 31st. In between that, I started and finished Baba Yaga. So this was a Halloween start of 2023. It says 5,056 total stitches. It's 99 stitches wide by 149 stitches tall. And I'm hoping I've started this one right because it's very close to Baba Yaga, which you'll see in a minute. I'm stitching this. I didn't put down what it is, on a piece of 40 count even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. It's a nice blue and yellow mix, which is what I love. So the total progress is 27.5% with a 1,391 total stitches stitched, which means I have 3,665 stitches left. And that is a spoiler picture, so there it is. So there's my small kind of star on Kikimora. The reason why I say small is because she's got, like, there's a finish. So there's Baba Yaga. So he's got a big border around him like this. So that's basically what Kikimora has, except it's not this big. It's different. But this is basically what it'll be. So my plan is, I wanted to, and then I realised I'm dumb and I should have stitched them side by side. So this one this way. But you live and you learn. Because then I could have had Kikimora here and Leshy, because I have Leshy too to go on this. So Leshy will go over here. And I should have swapped Kikimora and Leshy because they face each other, but now they're facing away. It's fine. So there's Kikimora, that's all I have done on her. And we'll look at Baba Yaga because that's a finish. So there's your first finish of this WIP Parade. Only because they're on the same piece of fabric. I'm using all the called for colours for this. I actually have all the colours for all of them. So Baba Yaga, Kikimora and Leshy. Because they're going to be stitched together. And then there's the back. And I'll show you the back of Baba Yaga. Because why not? He's very wrinkly because he's been scrunched up in a Q-snap whilst I was working on her. Yeah, there she is. Now the dogs might get a bit noisy because people have just come back with food. But there's that. So we have 4 more starts of 2023. And then we're in the last, well, the semi-last. I'm running out of room. Okay. Oh, no, this is another frame. Ta-da. So this is a spoiler for the next one because I didn't hide it, but never mind. So this is Pixel Dragon Adventure Sal by Flossie Fox Shop. This was almost a Sal I kept up with. Sorry, I'm just checking because it looks like I should have had a second needle, but I think this was a moral support needle. I'm checking the picture. Don't ignore the spoilers. I'm just checking. Okay, there was never a needle. Okay, we're good. So I started this on November 4th, 2023. So that's when part 1 came out. This has a total of 8,191 stitches. I don't know if that was just for the first part. I'm not 100% sure. Because that seems like a lot less than what I do have. But I'm not sure. This is 214 stitches wide by 149 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of 32 count Even We from Coffee Craft Fabrics in a light purple, and you kind of saw when I showed it. I have done a total, see it's at 84.9%, so this must be for one of the parts. So ignore that. So the stats are useless because this is more. So let's just show you some proper stitching. So this is where I am. So part 1 was this dragon, the hat, the book, this, and I think this saddle. And then part 2 was down, so we came down, and then part 3 is here, I think. I was keeping up with this owl, and then I just stopped, and I don't know why. I can't remember why. But I have 2 Lumi needle minders. I have my little Polly Toad that she did for her Drawloween, because it was in October, and then Lumiere. That's kind of similar to the to the eyebrow, well, it's called the Wiggleomo, I think. But it's a flirtatious that I made for Lumi. But there's the front. I love her use of different colours for the outlines. Like, I love this dragon. This one was my favourite to stitch because it uses so many colours. And this one isn't as confetti heavy. Like, you have bits, but it's not as bad as her other sows. But I do enjoy her sows. And there's the back, just to show you the back. Like, you can see where I just stitched. Where I just zigzag my stitches because we carry threads in this house. But yeah, that's that. There's not really much to say. That's it. On to the next one. Another poor start. So we have Christmas Cap by Barbara Anna Designs. I started this on December 18th, 2023. I think that was the only day I stitched on it. And the piece that comes along next will explain why. Which round do you go? Oh, I think, okay, so we don't need that half of the fabric because I did the thing where I only stitched on half the fabric. Like a smart person. So I started this December 18th, 2023. This has a total of 5,647 stitches. It's 75 stitches wide by 108 stitches tall. I stitched on this for one day. One day. So I did a total of 218 stitches, which gave me 3.9%. That's it. This bit of blue and the gingerbread man in her skirt. That's all I did. It's a nice purple though. Oh, this is a 32 count. I don't think I said this is a 32 count. Even We from Coffee Craft Fabrics again. And yeah, that's it. Let me bring it up a bit closer so you can kind of see it. There you go. That's it. That's all she wrote. That's all I stitched. There's the back. That's it. Not much to say. And I stitched it on half the fabric, so I have the other half to cut off and use for whatever I want. Okay. Next. This one. Boop, boop. This is Winter Friends by Autumn Lane Stitchery. I started this on Christmas Day 2023. This is a total of 19,372 total stitches. I've got it upside down. I'm stitching this on a piece of 32 count blue even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics again. I think it's safe to say, unless I say it's a different fabric dye, just assume that everything I show you from here on out is just Coffee Craft Fabrics. Because I use her the most. I have a big tub down here full of her fabric. So I have stitched a total of 1,231 stitches. Oh, if I'd stitched 3 more, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. For a total of 6.4%. Did I say how big it is? I don't have how big it is. It's big. Like, it's one of those, it's another tall one. I don't have the dimensions. Don't know why. So let's just show you. Ta-da! And you might be thinking, Emma, but you started this in the middle of the fabric. It's because it's tall. Because it's so tall, I needed to do it this way. I couldn't fit it on that way. Otherwise I would have. And yeah, that's basically it. I've got part of his coat done for the snowman, because it's a snowman wearing a little jacket with a robin in his hand, and the background's this beautiful thing. This is why I picked it up. But that was my Christmas Day start. I think I only worked on this for 1 day. Oh no, I worked on it for 3 days. I had 2 days in 2024. I was gonna say, that would be over 1,000 otherwise. It's had a total of 1,231. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. Let me just show you the back. Ta-da. So that's that. So we're coming to the end. This project I'm about to show you is the last of the 2023 WIPs. And then we'll be in 2024. And then we'll be done. Well, I've got a few 2025, but then we'll be done. I hope you've enjoyed this extra long stream. I think this makes up for all my absences. My bed is a mess. Okay. So, spoilers. Next we have Coulter the Fox. No, don't click on it. Click there. By the Frosted Pumpkin Stitchery. This, at the time of me stitching it, was a Jingle Ball exclusive. No I don't. I'm a liar. That's for something else. This was a Jingle Ball exclusive that you could get because they released them at the Jingle Ball. I only went in 2023. I wanted to go last year, but I just didn't have the money, and I'd also had surgery in November, so I wasn't really up to doing it. And I didn't do it last year. Well, 2023, sorry, when I did the Jingle Ball. It's like an online convention, so you're supposed to like go into the rooms and talk to people and stitch and have a camera on. I couldn't be bothered. I am too antisocial to do that. If I don't know who you are, I don't really want to talk to you, and I don't mean that in a rude way. It's just I'm very comfortable talking with my friends. But this was started on December 27th, 2023. I did also start and finish the other fox, and I can't remember her name, but the female version of this, so I did do that. This is a total of 1,852 total stitches. This is, got hair in my mouth. Yeah. 51 stitches wide by 67 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 32 count pearl grey even weave from Zweigart, because I have some left over from Christmas presents from a previous year that I finished. I stitched and finished a bunch of Christmas presents in 2022, and I finished all of them because they were about this size. That's the only reason why. I have done 757 total stitches, leaving me with 1,095. We are 40.9% of the way through. And I think this picture just shows where I am. So this is it. This is where I am. So he has a face. He has the neck part of his top and his shoulder cuffs or pads. And then he has what I call his tits, because that's what they look like. They look like flappy tits. And I need to finish it so I don't see that anymore. But he's stuck like this now. So his boobs are just floating away. To which these aren't real boobs, so don't smack me, please. But that's it. That's basically all he is. And he does have a really nice border as well. Like a gold, it's like a picture frame border that he'll go behind, and then him and his wife will be done. And at the Jingle Ball, I also purchased a kit, which I didn't touch. I bought all the stuff for it, and I haven't done it. To make they released them now to the general public, but that Jingle Ball, it was the candles. I actually have the needle minder for that project. So it's a candle stamp. So that's the end of 2023. I'll show you the back. And that's that. And then we will be starting 2024 in a minute. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I don't think he really needs folding up. He can just be folded in half. Okay. I'm just going to grab some out of the bag so I don't have to keep leaning over. Oh. Okay, actually, I might put them over here. The spoilers don't look, guys. Don't look. Spoilers. I have nowhere to put my phone now. Further away from me. Okay, so the next project is No Time Like the Present. You can kind of see my colorway option. By Modern Folk Embroidery. This was his 2024 SAO, I think it was. I think it was released that year. And I started this December. I think it was released in December for us to start, but I started it January 1st, 2024. So this was a new year, new start. This is a total of 35,596 total stitches. This is 200 stitches wide by 295 stitches tall, and I'm stitching this on a 40 count grey even weave. Why is my hand dusty? What did I just... Oh, the top of this is dusty. Oh, that explains so much. My mouse is all dusty now. Okay. Don't touch the top of your project. Okay. A 40 count grey even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. This has had a... That's not right. I stitched over 1,000 on this. I'm sure I did. Anyway, doesn't matter. I have stitched a total of 2,237 total stitches, which put me to 6.3% because I was doing it as a SAO. So when he released he released the whole thing, but he had it split up into the months. So you'll see that I've stopped kind of where January's border should stop when you see it, and that's the spoiler picture. I'm stitching this with DMC 3810 and 3808, which is a lovely colour combo on this piece of fabric, might I add. So there it is. So there's my small start on this, as I keep saying. If I wanted to, I think I did, like sometimes I did keep going down a bit if I felt like I needed to, but it's lots of colour blocking. So my 3810, which is the darker one of the two? 3808 is the darker, I think. So 3808 is my darker colour on this project, and 3810 is the lighter. So all this, so I think this is 3810, this bit here. And I have another Lumi needle minder when she did some Halloween needle minders the previous year, I think it was. And I have a little Wobbuffet. There's not really much more to show. I can just quickly show you the back without dusting everywhere. But it's just a very neat back and a little pumpkin on the back of the magnet. But that's it. I'm just going to put this one down now because it's very dusty. Blech. Okay, next. Oh, no, wait. I grabbed a few. So it's here. Haha. Spoilers don't look. So next up we have the H.C. Andersen Fairy Tale SAO by Clouds Factory. And this one was very quickly overshadowed by the Hade SAO. I finished part 1 and then Hade SAO started. Well, actually, I started Hade SAO just before this, but I was waiting on some threads to come in. And as soon as they came in, I was off. First and only SAO I've completely finished, and it was a full coverage. So I started this on Jan 10th, 2024. Part 1 had a total of 1,038 stitches, and this piece is 200 stitches wide by 200 stitches tall. I think the reason why I started it in the centre was to make sure I had enough, because this is another centre start. But you can see a bit of part 1. I'm stitching this on a 32 count blue even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. I have finished part 1, so that's why it says 100%. So we just need to ignore that. And let's just show you. So there we are. It's a bit hard to see because it's very small and it's very far away. So I'll just bring it to you. It's not this dark of a blue, it's a bit lighter than what it's showing on camera. And one thing I did change is, so this is the tail of the ugly duckling, who's actually a goose. No, a swan. Wait. No, it's the ugly, I'm dumb. This is the story of the ugly duckling, and this is a baby swan. Hence this. And on theirs, they had the duck being a white duck. But I decided, because female ducks are brown, to make mine brown. Words. It's getting hard, guys. Our brain's not computing. So I made her a brown duck, like a female duck's supposed to be. And I actually used a piece of variegated. I actually have it in this bag somewhere. It's 4000. It's DMC 4000. So this is what I used. Because female ducks are not white. So that's the only thing I've changed. And I think that might be the only thing I will change in this. Is I wanted an accurate duck. So I left her beak to be orange like her baby's. And then I left the grey. But everything else was stitched in DMC 4000 because otherwise she just looks like a swan and it's not the point. The point is she's a mother duck taken in an ugly duckling who's actually a swan. But there he is in all that back stitching, and my favourite thing's the fly. The favourite thing's actually the frog, but the fly is pretty funny to me. He's just 3 stitches, 1 black and 2 white, and then the frog's like, give. Nom nom. But I love this, and I have the Grimm's fairy tale to do. So maybe when I finish this one, I'll do the Grimm's because I have the pattern and I have the fabric, and I think most of these threads are the same, so it wouldn't take me long to do. No, fold the other way. Okay, but I only finished part 1 because Hate Sao came out, which is the Heaven and Earth. Oh my god, my voice. Which was the Heaven and Earth Designs Stitch Along, which they started back up in 2024, so I joined it and I finished it. It was a year-long sale. So back to Notion, we have the PP Blackwork sale, which is another peppermint purple. So, another blackwork, I know, a 2024. Again, I didn't keep up with this one. So this is in a really hard bag to open. So this is the sale. I'm opening it. I have the... Right. This, I started this on January 12th, 2024. This was another freebie sale on her website. Actually, I lie. This type, the one with the seasons, was a paid for because she did a completely free, but you'd have to pay a single penny on her Facebook group. But she did do paid borders, and I bought the paid border because I loved this one. So I'm doing the 4 seasons. And I don't have that much done. I have part of winter for the border done, and I have the 4 weeks. So I have January's done on here. But this is 171 stitches wide by 171 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of, I think this is 20, 22, 25 count Ada, but it's opalescent because I needed some sparkle. And I think that's just a spoiler. So yes, let's just, and there's no stitches because it's blackwork. There are no stitches. So that's all I have done on this, and I have another Lumi needle minder. So let me bring it a bit closer. I'm hoping my camera doesn't freak out because of the sparkles like I'd done that other one. But yep, so that's all I have done, and because it's I think this might be a 25 count. I'm not 100%. The blackwork's all small, which I love, and then I'm using 3371 for the outline instead of 310. And I'm using hang on, I have my colours here. These are all old threads, like I've used them in other projects and I don't need them anymore. So 2 skeins of 3, so I'm using 517 for the, oh, I'm doing it, so I just remembered. These and these are 2 different colours. So the outer, so the 4 corners are the darker colours and the inners are the light. So I'm using 517 to do winter, but when I do this side, it's actually 518. When I do the green, I think it's 581 for that, but the actual inner bit was 166 for this. And then for the pink, it's 718, which was winter, spring, summer. But I'm actually using 3805 for the inner part. And then 921's the outer, no, wait, the darker one. 919's the outer border for autumn. And 921's the inner border. So that's how I've worked it out. Because I didn't want it all to look exactly the same. That's why I have so many colours. So I'm actually using 2 different types. So I'm using a light and a dark for that. So there's that one. Just shove these back in the bag. Sorry, that's right into the mic. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to grab the rest out. Because then I can throw them back in. Aha. Right. Next, back to here. Cardinal Points by Long Dog Samplers. This one is an interesting one because, again, my voice. This is a paper chart that I spent ages recharting to make it digital for myself. I will not be redistributing this copy because I had to get this all the way from Canada because this is the one that's only in print and I don't think it's in print anymore. Sorry. It took me ages trying to find someone that was actually selling it, that was an actual reputable source and not a scalper or something. So you might have difficulty trying to find this for yourself, and I apologize. So I started this on April 2nd, 2024. This is a total of 20,725 total stitches. It's 225 stitches wide by 225 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of 40 count pink linen from Coffee Craft Fabrics. I worked on this for 1 day. I don't have how many stitches I've done, but when you see it, you'll be like, oh. So that's all I have. That's it. So this is the pattern. Again, I'm not going to show you, and I did some notes, but this is it's a bit bent, and I'm so upset. But this is the chart. So it says the gentle art of needlewoman lies embodied in her work. Nancy Pfeiffer at New Albany wrought this, Ohio, in 2012. So that's the pattern. And that's all I have done. And I'm using all the called for, which are the Gentle Art sampler threads. So I have them all here. Because I was going to do a DMC conversion, but I was just like, I can't. This has to be true to itself. The only thing that I've changed is Tiger Lily to Mistletoe because Tiger Lily is no longer dyed. So there's that. We're getting there, guys. We're nearly almost done. We're getting closer. Okay, this one we'll just go through real quick because it's not much to show. Ooh, sorry. I think I have the finishes in here. Yes. So I'll just show you these because I don't have one that's on the go. So this is the Fabulous House series by Cottage Garden Samplings. I have done 2 out of the 12. Technically there's 13 now. But these are stitched on a 40 count piece of even weave that are dyed specifically for these from Megan, Coffee Craft Fabrics. These are 120 by 120 and I'm slowly getting through these. So that's that. Done. Dusted. Woohoo. We have ads starting soon. Boo. So the last project I have that's in my physical hand, as in it's in a project bag, is the Bumblebee, and that's by Needle Lot Designs. This one is, if you guessed right, for my mum. So this one is being, I started this on June 9th, 2024. So I would start projects in between each fabulous house, each part of the Hade Sow. So I'd finish a part, then I'd stitch on what I wanted. I started this June 9th, 2024. This has 5,849 total stitches. This is 180 wide by 122 tall. I'm stitching this on 32 count pink even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. And that picture is a recent picture. So let's just, ta-da! So that's what I've got done. There's a white border kind of thing around here, like a bubble. And there's another flower down here, and then I think there's some stuff around it. So it's, I don't remember if I have a percentage for it. Not on here, I don't. But it's kind of almost not kind of finished, but kind of not at the same time. But that's the last of the ones I have in a project bag. So, but that's it. I'll show you the back real quick. There's the back. And you can see the Nurge hoop it was in, because these fit really lovely in a Nurge. Okay, so that's the end of those. So those are the actual whips gone, done, dusted. I could throw them all back, but it will make too much noise. So we have ads coming up though, so I'm worried. So the next one, I'll just go quick. She says that she's going to scramble to grab the next one. Oh god, this one's so saggy now. Okay. This one doesn't like being in this frame, so... But this is the Forest Friends Sow by Tiny Models. This was a Patreon exclusive sow that I joined. It's got a total of 2,277 stitches. I can't remember if that's for just one part or if that's for all of it, but it's so saggy. It's bugging me. It's 121 stitches wide by 121 stitches tall, so it's a square. And I'm stitching this on a 36 count grey linen from, of course, Coffee Craft Fabrics. That picture's a spoiler. So remember, it's not supposed to be this saggy. I hate it. Ugh. I don't understand. There are people that can stitch with it like this. I cannot. But that's basically what I've done. What you can't see is all the white outline. And then this is the first part. So this was the border. I think when I joined her Patreon, this might have been finished, or the last part or 2 parts were going to come out. But it doesn't matter. I have that bit on the way. That's a hedgehog. Did I have a picture of it up here? No. So that's that. Okay. The next one's a Hade, which we've already seen. So Street Smarts. Let me put this one back. Swap. The project pile is collapsing. Okay. So this is a Needle Lot Design Street Smarts. I started this for my sister's birthday, but it's not finished. So I started this on September 27th, 2024. It's a total 9,432 stitches. It's 62 stitches wide by 158 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 36 count. Don't know why it's got 2 fabrics. I think it's picked up something else. Blue opalescent linen. And that's a spoiler, so we'll just quickly, because ads are going to start in 30 seconds. So this is where I am. So I have part of the pigeon done and a bit of this building, and that's the edge. I think that's the other edge. So that's as wide as it's going to be. And then there's more down here. So I've cut the fabric up and I'm hoping it will fit. because I've cut half of it off. So I've got more this side. But I'm pretty sure it's like, it just says street smart down here. So if I don't, I could just omit that. That's not important. But yeah, I will see you when you come back from the ads. Yeah. At least the camera's not freaking out though. That's a plus. Yeah. Right, whilst there's ads, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to start putting some stuff away. Whew, right. They're all put away. Oh, do you know what? I forgot one. I need to grab one. 1 second again. Ah, perfect timing. I've just put away all my projects. Well, the ones I can put away, and I grabbed one I missed. Okay, so we're in the final stretch. This is all we have left. So, Gothic Bat. Let me grab my Gothic Bat. Oh, there's where the anti-frog potion is. Oh, bless you, Zelda. Okay, so this is by Yasmin Made with Love. This is my second one from her. The B one that I started from Mum and finished is the first. This one was also an exclusive from her bags. You had to buy a project bag to get this, so I did because I needed this. I don't have a picture of what this will look like when it's done. Oh, and if you're arachnophobic and you're the sort of person that can't even stand cross-stitch spiders, you should look away when I show this. I started this on October 25th, 2024. This was also the period between I was due to have surgery, so I was just starting things, and this is also a diamond painting break. That's why there's gaps in some of these as well. So I was diamond painting on something else in between. Anyway, this has a total of 13,542 total stitches, and it's 161 stitches tall by 161 stitches wide. I'm stitching this on a nice 40 count. I call it Halloween because it just looks like that. And I'm also using, what's the thread? I know I have it here. It's, Classic Colorworks 90 Night. This doesn't have a percentage, but there's a spoiler. So this is, oh god, look, everything's moved. Let's just move that, sorry. Look, we're in the final stretch. We're just going to have to deal with everything being topsy-turvy. So this is it. This is all I got done on it. I think I worked on this for a couple of days. It wasn't originally in this. It was actually in a Nurge, but I took it out to put something else in. But this is 90 Nights. This is what I'm using. It's spelled like 90 and then N-I-T-E for night. And I have, I think, 5, 6, 7 skeins of this, just in case. So that's that, and there's where the needle minder for that other one is. Okay, so that's that, and the next one, we don't need to, oh, I'll show you the back very quickly. There's the back. And then next up, this one's on a scroll frame. This is the Secret Grove Sow by Needle Lock Designs. Sorry, just grabbing it. Oops, sorry, smacked the desk with it. Okay. I started this on November 28th, so I'd had my surgery on the 22nd and I came home on the Monday. That's the time frame you have for this. So this was the first time I stitched since I'd had my stoma formed. Because before that I was diamond painting, and I was diamond painting after because I couldn't hunch. Anyway, this is all irrelevant. This has a total, this was a sow, it's still a sow, so we don't have deets for how many stitches it has, but it's 122 wide by 247 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a 32 count purple opalescent even weave from Coffee Craft Fabrics. I could show you this picture because I've done a bit more, but this is basically where I started. It was again in a Nurge, and that's basically part of part 1, and this is where I am now. So I have some more of the tree done. I think I actually had to unpick some of this when I started on it, and I think I had made a mistake somewhere over here. I can't remember now, but it wasn't lining up, but it's fixed, so it all works. So I've got it on a frame now because it's just better for this fabric. It was too saggy in the Nurge. I couldn't get it tight because of the opalescentness. So I've also got these things that are making noise when I turn it. I'm just going to show you the back real quick because there's not much really to show you. But there's that. And then on to the last 2. Put this back down behind me. Okay. So, next up, sorry about that. I have one more WIP. This was my last WIP of 2024. This is Santa's Trip by Barbara Anna Designs. I started this December 2nd, 2024. This has a total of 11,517 stitches. It's 152 wide and 152 tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of 40 count. Where did I put it? Oh, there. A piece of 42 count beige, greyish even weave. I don't have any stats on this, but most of the border's done. Oh, that's not even got any thread attached to it. I mean, it's not attached to the project. So let's just show you this one quickly. So we have all the border done. I'm still working on this outer border, but the main border's done. And it's on a Q-snap with a bit of tissue to stop the thing from rubbing black lines. Because I don't like working on nurges in grime guards because you lose out. Like, if I put a grime guard on this, it would sit about here, which is useless to me. I need all this stitching room. So it's folded up in a bit of tissue. And that's how much I have done. And then the back again to show you. And then that's our last WIP of 2024. Our final WIP for today. We have made it to the end. 5 hours later. Whew. Our final project is another New Year, New Start sale. This is the Little Owl Patchwork sale by the Historical Sampler Co. This was a box, as in it was a box that you could buy, and I bought it when it was released in, I can't remember, but it turned up in November whilst I was in hospital, so it was like the perfect thing to come home to. Don't have a stitch count because it's an ongoing sale. It's 149 stitches wide by 149 stitches tall. I'm stitching this on a piece of 32 count vintage linen from Zweigart that Historical Sampler Company had dyed specifically for them. And that's a spoiler. And because I've got the kit, I have the needle minder and stuff that came with it. So this is our final WIP for today. I did not think this would take this long. I knew it was going to take ages to get through my WIPs, but I didn't think this was going to take that long. Part 3 is now out, which is more of this. And there is a house here. So what I'm missing is the owl, the house, and then this basically repeats all the way around. But we've done it! Give yourself a round of applause for getting through a 5-hour Emma blabbing stream. And then there's the back, and the needle minder has a little back to it that says it's got a magnet in it. But we did it, guys! Yeah, it was well worth it. We did it. I'm like knackered. I've done nothing. I am knackered. Ugh. Just as a very quick, we'll speed run through my finishes. We're not gonna talk about them. I'm just gonna let you see how many finishes I had. And there's Hell Baby. But there we go. There's all my finishes. And then just to show how mad I am, here's all the ones I want to do. This isn't all of them. There are way more. That's one I need to add. But these are all to kit up, and some of these say they're kitted. And if I could, I would show you my folders with all my projects. But we've done it. We've done it. Yeah. That's really delayed. That was 5 hours ago. But hey, it was like congratulatory victory music and I needed it. Yes. Ugh. I am knackered. Done. My brain has left the building. But we did it. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Oh. So if you have any questions, you're going to have to wait till my next stream to ask, because I'm done. I thought this was only going to take a few hours. No, I wish I had started at 1 because I would have been finished by 5 and not nearly 8. Done nothing. No stitches have been made today. I've just shown you every WIP I own. But there you have it. You have... technically, this isn't every WIP, but if we did every WIP, I think we'd be here forever. But these are the ones that I want to show you, if that makes sense. And we're done. I'm going to go eat because I've got food here. And I want to thank you all for being here, for persevering, for listening to me talk nonsense for 5 hours. I'm just trying to put this one back. That'll do. I'll put it back properly later. Oh, let's put some music on because it's too quiet. Ugh. Let's close Notion. We don't need it now. This, oh, you all might not be able to see it actually. Oh no, I don't have it on here. For some reason, I can't use my BTTV emotes. But this is me now. We'll use this one instead. This is me now. Ugh, I'm done. So tomorrow I will be starting. Oh, I was gonna do a wheel. Hang on, we're nearly done. Actually, I'm just gonna do the wheel. I'll record a screen recording and whatever what we'll do, and I'll do the whip thing later because I'm done. If it didn't take as long, I would have. We'll do the full coverage February thing another time for the spinning. But that's it. I'm done. I'm gonna go eat, cry in a corner. But thank you all for sticking it out and for waiting so patiently when this was supposed to be done in December, but my surgery threw everything off. So I hope you really enjoyed that, because if you didn't, I'm gonna be very upset. And I will probably be playing Final Fantasy with some of you tomorrow, because my brain gone. But I will hopefully see you next time in my next stream. And maybe at the end of this year we'll do another WIP Parade, but it will not be this big. We will do just the whips I worked on this year, so we can see how much progress I made. We're not doing a full thing again, just this year. But I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this. I will see you in my next stream. Thank you for lurking, if you were here lurking and watching me go crazy. If you subbed, resubbed, followed, whatever, I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry I keep taking so many breaks. It's just everything's up in the air at the moment. But that's it. I have nothing else for you. We're done. We're leaving on the chaotic Mickey song from Kingdom Hearts. Great. But I will see you all in my next stream, which could be Thursday. Keep an eye out for a Twitch story letting you know if there is. If I don't post a story, assume no stream. If I post a story, stream. Maybe. And it'll be Melody of the Night for this month. So, goodbye.